Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Hop. Hello. Bon. Alors. I'm finally up to date on the clips. So. Salut maman, bisous. I'm finally up to date on the clips. So it means that I am not late. If I'm up to date, I'm not late. I have finished, over the last 2 days, I published 15 clips, both horizontal and vertical formats. I'm very happy about that. And I will, I think, continue publishing clips at a rate of 1 to 3 clips per stream from now on, just so that I can also continue doing other things. Let me just check something. Why is my cam so grainy? Just a little moment here, please. Okay, I'll check that out later. I'm wondering if it's maybe like this since forever. Oh. Nice, so grainy. Yeah, boom. I guess the fact that I made my image clearer, my camera clearer, makes the image grainy. Boom. I don't know why. Whatever. Let's start the news, the tech news. Up. Up. Here it is. Okay. I need to lower the music a little bit. Okay. What's that? Oh. Whoa. That's not how it should be. What is that? What? I think something went wrong. Ah, voilà. Yeah. When I booted, the workspaces were a bit all fucked up, so I don't know what's happening. Okay. Let's start. Okay. First topic, Anthropic releases Opus 4.6 with new agent teams, which kind of reminds me of what we've been seeing lately with the CloudBot, Moldbook, OpenClaw, Moldbook affair with all the different agents, doing all kinds of weird stuff all around. And people having like, I mean, I guess the OpenClaw affair was about a 24/7 agent. But of course, we've seen previously Gastown, we've seen Beats, who basically tries to, especially Gastown tries to basically summon an army of AI agents. So interesting, and I was interested in seeing what Anthropic could do on this specific front. But let's look at it. Let's look at what they're doing. On Thursday, Anthropic released the latest version of Opus, its most advanced model and particularly important model for Claude Code. Right. Nowadays, like everybody's using Opus 4.5 because it's very good, it's the best, and it's not that expensive compared to Opus 4. Opus 4.5 was released last November, and with the 4.6, the company has sought to broaden its model's capabilities and appeal, allowing for greater variety of uses and customers. Perhaps the most notable addition to the newest version of Opus is the inclusion of what the company calls agent teams of agents that can split a larger task into segmented jobs, which I guess is very similar to what Claude Code already does with its sub-agents, right? Like today, if you use Claude Code, you can ask Claude Code to call sub-agents to do certain tasks, which, has the advantage of not polluting the main agent context window, given that the main agent's job is to tell the sub-agent what its task is. Of course, depending on the task, maybe you don't want that, but I guess for most simple tasks, it's good. Instead of one agent working through tasks sequentially, you can split the work across multiple agents, each owning its piece and coordinating directly with the others, the company said. Scott White, head of products at Anthropic, compared the new feature to having a talented team of humans working for you, noting that the segmenting of agent responsibilities allows them to coordinate in parallel and work faster. Right, the agent teams are currently available in a research preview for API users and subscribers. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, it's a logical next step, right? It's like first we get the agent, inside one instance, then we have teams of agents, and then maybe later we'll have a more structured version of Gastown, which is like a complete mess, of course, a complete vibe coded mess, in addition of being just a mess itself. But also everything is vibe coded, so it's very, not very structured, or I guess less structured than when these guys, Anthropic and the big AI labs, can provide, especially since they interact, contrary to Steve Yeager and Gastown and Beads and all these little agentic, multi-agent agentic systems, multi-agent systems. Anthropic, OpenAI, Google, they deal with a lot of corporate customers, right? That expect things to work and that expect professionalism. And when they say things work, they do, and it's not like some, as Steve Yeager put it in his presentation article of Gastown, like agentic coding is not just fish being thrown around in randomly in some buckets, right? And sometimes it goes in, sometimes it goes out. So sometimes things get done twice, three times, four times. You know, yeah. The big corporate clients who need reliability and stability. Um, they need stuff that work. They have too much to do already to deal with an additional tool that you know messes their process even more than they are currently messed up, of course, because that's what every big organization has. Messed up processes. So if they start adding these kinds of tools and features, they better work, And that's why I'm hoping that all the big labs might just format and engineer this into something that is actually reliable, contrary to Gastown and Beats and all these other projects, Book, OpenClaw, right? Well, even though I guess OpenClaw is as bad as you can, like, OpenClaw is as bad as how bad you use it, if it makes sense. Because it just all has all these, connections everywhere. So of course, if you plug it everywhere without knowing much, things will just bite you in the ass. So yeah. Opus 4.6 also comes with a longer context window, meaning that the program has the capacity to recall a greater amount of information per user session. That's nice. The new model offers 1 million tokens of context, which is comparable to what the company's Sonnet versions 4 and 4.5 currently offers. Those context windows allow for work involving larger code bases and can also allow for the processing of larger documents, the company says. The new version of Opus also integrates Claude directly into PowerPoint as an accessible side panel. This is a step up from PowerPoint's previous integration with the chatbot. Yeah, of course they have integrated it into PowerPoint. Okay. Yeah, so they use plugins to integrate into the Microsoft ecosystem. I mean, yeah, makes sense. I never heard about this before. Like, so basically, can you use Claude in like Word, PowerPoint? I mean, yeah, it does make sense because I have seen those, marketplace of plugins inside Windows. I've never really integrate or was it with Google Sheets? I'm not sure. I guess there's something similar for Microsoft, but at least in PowerPoint, you can definitely have a plugin. I guess it's the same for the other Windows Office software, right? Previously, a user could tell Claude to create a PowerPoint deck, but the file would then have to be transferred to PowerPoint to edit the presentation. Now the presentation can be crafted within PowerPoint with direct help from Claude. I'm wondering how Microsoft sees this, because like they're really eating their lunch right now, because Microsoft could just use I mean, they don't have their own model. I guess they have OpenAI models right now. White told TechCrunch that Opus has evolved from a model that was highly capable in one particular domain, that is software development, into a program that could be really useful for a broader set of knowledge workers. Now that's worrying to me because I was very happy to see that Anthropic was focusing mainly on software development just to, make sure that they don't spread their energy too thin. But I guess they are going OpenAI style, where they are still going to try to, inject their AI into everything, not just software development. But we'll see. Bad sign to me. We noticed a lot of people who are not professional developers using Claude Code simply because it was really amazing engine to do tasks. It was a really amazing engine to do tasks. White added that the kinds of people the company has seen using it include not just software engineers, but product managers, financial analysts, and people from a variety of other industries. Interesting. Now let me go real quick at Anthropic page 2 hours ago. So it's very fresh news, huh? Fresh news out of the fish market. Then let me okay. Okay, so bon. For everything else than coding, I don't care that much, even though it's always good, you know. Knowledge work compared to, let me see, compared to Opus 4.5. So knowledge work, it's better. Nice. Agentic search. Okay. Browse comp. Coding. It's even better than Opus 4.5. Very nice. Gemini 3 Pro. GPT 5.2 codex. Here it is. Okay, so it's funny that they retrospectively now, reveal that GPT 5.2 codex was better than Opus 4.5. You right? Not by a lot, but by still 5% accuracy, right? So it's kind of for the SOTA model, it's not nothing. 1-2%, why not? But 5% is pretty big. Okay, so now they just okay, they catched up with 4.6 compared to 5.2 codex code in the codex CLI, which I have noticed is indeed pretty good, especially for long-running thinking and tasks and inflections. Because like GPT 5.2 codex just think like it just takes its time, and so it's thinks a lot. And so yeah, when you need something a bit more thorough and a bit more with more thinking, really, a bit more reasoning, 5.2 codex lately, and I have seen other people say that has been a bit better. Now Opus 4.6 seems to get back to where codex was. Good, interesting. Multidisciplinary reasoning, humanities last exam. Okay. So this is, yeah, like very hard scientific questions. Humanities last exam. So GPT 5.2. Okay. Okay, so now it's over GPT 5.2. And it's over 5.2 Pro, which has like, I guess, extended thinking, right? Gemini Deep Research. Okay. Gemini 3 Pro. Ah, oui, without tools, with tools. Okay. Yeah, I guess. Okay. With tools means like they can check on the internet, right? Okay. Yeah. And that's why, right? Like the difference with and without tools into the correctness of anything, I mean, code included, especially on, non like if you're not basically coding in React or Python, you have to have your bot check the docs online, right? And this fucking codex CLI have me like you need to approve the internet connection at each session. Even when you say, oh yeah, all access or whatever, it still doesn't have internet access. Stupid. For codex. Claude has internet access at all times, which makes sense because yeah, it's better. Okay, so now okay, performance is better. Very nice. We like to see it, right? And now the pricing. Code Opus 4.6 is available today on Cloud AI, our API, and all major cloud platforms. If your developer use 4.6 via the Cloud API, pricing remains the same. Ah, very cool. From 4.5, I hope. Ah, voilà. And it's funny that they released, I mean, there's been also rumors that Sonnet 5 is going to come out soon. Like Vercel or something has teased. So it's funny that they release Opus 4.6 and maybe next week they will, or maybe this week, they will release Sonnet 5 or something. And then the week after Opus 5. Bon. In any case, it's good that we have 4.6. It's the same pricing, right? It's just slightly, yeah, it's slightly more expensive than Sonnet, but not crazy more expensive, right? It's like, yeah, it's like 40% more expensive. Yeah. On caching. Okay, cool. So okay, nice. We just get a smarter Opus, which is, good. Next topic. OpenAI launches another thing. They are launch. I swear, they are launching one thing per day nowadays. Like, how are they launching so many things at once? And in a way, it's good because they are launching stuff, right? But at the same time, like, it seems that they are so spread out. Like, they are all over the place. Like, what are they doing? And like, and that's basically why I said that I'm worried about Anthropic going the same way as OpenAI, because OpenAI has been like doing, has been releasing plenty of different apps or whatever all around, you know, all year long. Every week or so, they have a new app, a new thing, a new something. But have like most of these projects, they just they launch and then they don't care about them, and you don't know where they are going. Like especially compared to Anthropic, who was like which was laser focused on the developers and the software engineering side of the AI, and Anthropic made a great tool with Claude Code, a great tool for developers which was for a long time clearly superior to all the other alternatives. But now Codex might be getting back, on some levels. But even then, I'm not dropping Claude Code. Claude Code is still very good, and the feel with Claude Code is still a bit better than with Codex. Even though Codex has been aligning more and more with Claude Code in the last few days, weeks, and last few updates that I've noticed. But here is another thing. OpenAI Frontier. AI has let teams take on things they used to talk about but never execute. In fact, 75 of enterprise workers say AI helped them do tasks they couldn't do before. We're hearing this from every department, not just technical teams. The way work gets done has changed, and enterprises are starting to feel it in big ways. We've seen this action. We've seen this in action with over 1 million businesses over the past few years. At a major manufacturer, agents reduced production optimization work from 6 weeks to 1 day. Frontier, a new platform that helps enterprises build and deploy and manage AI agents that can do real work. Frontier gives agents the same skills people need to succeed at work: shared context, onboarding, hands-on learning with feedback, and clear permissions and boundaries. That's how teams move beyond isolated use cases to AI coworkers that work across the business. HP, Intuit, Oracle, State Farm, Thermo Fisher, and Uber are among the first to adopt Frontier, and dozens of existing customers, including BBVA, Cisco, and T-Mobile, have already piloted Frontier's approach to power some of their most complex and valuable AI work. State Farm. Partnering with OpenAI helps us give thousands of State Farm agents and employees better tools to serve our customers. By pairing OpenAI's Frontier platform and the deployment expertise with our people, we're accelerating our AI capabilities and finding new ways to help millions plan ahead, protect what matters most, and recover faster when the unexpected happens. Okay, so it's basically like a corporate portal to creating AI agents, I guess, which makes sense in a way. OpenAI Frontier interfaces, ChatGPT Enterprise, OpenAI Atlas, business applications, your agents, OpenAI agents, third-party agents, OpenAI Frontier. So OpenAI Frontier is evaluation and optimization, built-in evaluation and optimization loops to improve performance, agent execution, model intelligence and tools for agents to plan, act, and recover real-world tasks, business context, shared business context across data systems and workflows. Okay, so it's like an integration layers for corporations, basically, which makes sense also, right? Because of course, you know, when you have the agents on the ChatGPT interface or whatever, like they can't just roam freely into the big corporate servers or whatever doing what the fuck they want, right? Everything is locked behind, um, gated accesses and API keys, um, IAM, right? Management, identity managements and all this stuff, these kinds of tools and features and locks. So I guess indeed to allow, I mean, at least that's how I understand what they're doing here. To allow the ChatGPT agents, the GPT-5 whatever agents to actually work on companies' data, they need to have certain, affected pipelines, I guess, to do their work. It's like it's basically corporate integrations into the corporation systems. Like if they use Outlook, I guess it will, be plugged into Outlook. If they use Teams, they will be plugged into Teams. If they use like the Outlook, I remember that's what we used in my previous job. If they use like Outlook calendar or whatever to plan meeting something, they can be plugged into that with the necessary restrictions, right? Like access for this employee or whatever. They can just see if this employee, I guess, has access to a certain database, like a certain Salesforce database or a certain, you know, like BigQuery database or whatever. I guess it's the integrations to plug all of this into the agents. Which, yeah, for sure, it makes sense. New desk order, voilà, understand customer needs, yeah, and so okay, so yeah, this is just like a gigantic middle. I mean, it seems to me that this is the big middleware between the corporate systems and OpenAI agents, basically, or like yeah, OpenAI, GPT agents and the ability dashboard. I mean, yeah, you know, it was bound to happen, right? Because OpenAI has a lot of big corporate customers. They probably make a lot of money with them. And of course, these big corporate guys, they don't want to do all the work themselves. And I guess OpenAI has an advantage at offering a 5.3. Oh, it just released right now too. Oh damn. Everything maybe 5.3 just also came out. Today is the day, huh? Thursday. It's the day where everybody releases their new models. Okay, so yeah, so OpenAI Frontier, middle, basically it's the, pipeline middleware between for the agent to let the OpenAI agent talk to the corporate systems that they can, help with, basically. Okay, cool. Now, GPT 5.3 codex. Let me change the Claude and GPT. Let me change the title. 5.3 codex are out. Up. Expanding codecs across the full spectrum of operational work on a computer. This is very funny because so the day that Anthropic releases their 4.6 to show that now it's on par with 5.2 codex, now they obviously they release the next one. This is hilarious. They were waiting for this, huh? A racing game complete with different racers, 8 even items to use with the space bar. Okay, let me read this just to check. Hello Yannick, how are you? How are you, Yannick? How are you? How are you? All right, how about you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Just when I started the stream, all the big AI labs released their new models. Now there's GPT 5. Like just before I was talking about Opus 4.6 that just came out, and now there's GPT 5.3 that also came out a few hours after, which I think is a setup. Like it was, it's a sneaky move because of course Claude Opus compares their new model with the latest model for 5.2, in their little benchmark. They show you like, oh, look, it's better than 5.2, the latest OpenAI model. Haha, right? Eh ben no, psych. We have 5.3 now. 1 hour after. And of course, 5.3 is better than 5.2, and now it's better than 4.6, I get Opus 4.6. It's funny how they do their model releases, huh? And it's also the same. Oh, you can't make this shit up. It's on the same. They use the same benchmark. Like, look, coding terminal bench 2.0. Anthropic was saying, "Oh, look, my Opus 4.6 is even better than 5.2 codex, or at least on the same level." And then OpenAI was like, "Not anymore. Now we are a 5.3 codex is even better than 5.2." It's funny that they don't have the same scores. Funnily enough, Anthropic gives a higher score for 5.2 codex. No, 5.2. No, it's a bit different. Ouais, 5.3 codex is even better. Wow. Let me read real quick. So basically, 4.6 is about Claude becoming better at everything, including code, but not only code, because of course, Claude Code is very well known for coding, but in their little presentation here, they say, actually, it's better at a lot of other things, okay? We want to expand the use for Claude. It's like, it's not only for coding. Boom. That worries me because I liked that Anthropic focuses on coding, but boom. You know. By the way, have you noticed ChatGPT getting kind of dumber? I feel like since mid 2025, ChatGPT keeps getting dumber and keeps contradicting itself more and more. Maybe it's just AI poisoning. Well, I have noticed some weird things in both Claude and ChatGPT, not on the coding side, not on the CLI, but on the interface, you know, like the UI interface on their websites. There's been two, like, this week, I had two weird, like, uh, outputs, you know, where like the structure of the question and what is being said is good, is qualitative, but inside the content, like there's sometimes some elements that don't make sense, you know, like for example, Claude, this week, earlier this week, made like a big response about, like, you know, the YouTube, you know, I tried to ask it for thumbnail, title, you know, practices, whatever, on YouTube. And at some point he, like, Claude wanted to, like, to write something about, like, a placeholder, you know, like maybe put like placeholder in between brackets, something to symbolize that, okay, this is a placeholder. But instead, all throughout this response, instead of writing placeholder, it wrote mass, MASS, like this, mass, instead of placeholder. And sometimes it was also mass percent, you know. And then I asked it after, but what the fuck is mass? Why did you write mass all around? And it was like, oh yeah, sorry, it was an error, I meant a placeholder. And then okay, it makes sense, you know. And ChatGPT did something similar today, actually, I think, where like it it clearly said something. Yeah, here, look. So I asked ChatGPT to give me, to like make a shorter title. So I said, make this title shorter, and the title was, you couldn't believe how Moldbook's creator reacted after its DB leaked, because I published some clips today, so I needed a title and I didn't know how to shorten it. Yeah. And he read, and instead of, you know, using the word I used here, he said molten book. Like he changed mold book into molten book, and that was clearly not the instruction, right? Like I said, make it shorter, not reformulate, you know, like just make it shorter. And he rewrote this word that I didn't ask for. That's weird, you know, like. So the rest is as usual, but yeah, like, you know, there's little bits that seem weird compared to, yeah, 6 months ago. There was not these kinds of error. So yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. At this point, I feel like DeepSeek, and especially with DeepThink, is way more useful than ChatGPT, and also free. Yeah, I've not tried DeepSeek lately, because there's so many things to try nowadays. I should have tried Kimi K2 and GLM, and you know, the Chinese models are getting very good now, and they're very cheap. And I get DeepSeek is free too. So yeah, you know. But yeah, I mean, so yeah, I have noticed some weird things about the latest, yeah, ChatGPT Claude. Yeah. some reason. I don't know what's the reason. I mean, and at the same time, like there are always when a model come out, usually people say it's very good, and after a few weeks or a few months, people say, "Oh, it's getting dumber." And I'm still not sure why. I'm not sure if it's because maybe it's the people using it that just um, encounter the limits after a certain amount of use of usage of a given model, and so they think, oh, it's dumb now, but actually it was always like this. It's just that maybe you didn't see it before. Or another possibility that have been theorized by some people, but we're not sure if it's true. Maybe providers, when there's too much demand, and I guess when a new model comes out, the demand gradually ramps up as people switch, especially corporate companies that use it over the API or whatever. Maybe they switch to the new model and, it increased. And people have theorized that maybe if demands exceeds the server's capacity, especially given that they don't have enough data centers to sometimes for some of the demand. What they could do is they basically they run quantized version of the model. Instead of running it full precision, they run quantized version to allow for more people to use it at a given time in terms of high demand or something. And I've heard that from people using Claude Code. And sometimes people using Claude Code say, oh, yeah, between this hour and this hour, it was very stupid compared to what I'm used to. And today it went back to normal or something, So maybe that's what's going on with the ChatGPT or with the Claude or whatever. They try to optimize it to allow to serve everyone, but then they just use quantized version, which means dumber version. I don't know. I never tried Claude, but DeepThink with coding is 100x better than ChatGPT. DeepThink, I mean, what do you need? I get DeepThink is the deep research of DeepSeek, or is it something completely different? DeepThink.ai, is it this? Not research, but the thinking mode. So this is not this. So DeepSeek, because like all the major AI providers have a deep research mode or high thinking mode, except Claude actually. Like GPT 5.2 has like medium, like low thinking, medium thinking, high thinking, extra high thinking. So I guess DeepSeek has the same. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, um, yeah, high thinking, as you can see, even in the Claude Opus release benchmark, like you can see that basically, our reasoning. We know it's the tools and without tools. Yeah. Yeah, no, so it's not what I wanted to show you. But yeah, the more you think, the more a model think, usually the better the output up to a point. And I think that's why like all of the models from OpenAI that explodes the benchmarks on like all the very hard benchmarks, they always use a specific variant of the GPT 5.x that has like extra high thinking, where like the model can think for 2 hours if it needs, just to answer the question correctly or whatever. So yeah, of course, yeah, thinking mode is very good in all models, including the Chinese ones, of course. Yeah. Yeah, now 4.6 also have 1 million context window. Context reasoning. Cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, it's not cybersecurity is not solved. I have vending bench. This is funny. This is like a benchmark about a LLM managing a vending machine and like ordering like inventory and stuff like that. Opus 4.6 made more money. It's funny. Okay, misaligned behavior down. Okay. And now I also want to I'm just going to read like these few paragraphs here about 4.3 5.3 codex. It's been a long time I've read something from OpenAI and their latest model. So let's read. We're introducing a new model that unlocks even more of what codex can do. 5.3 codex, the most capable agentic coding model to date. The model advances both the frontier coding performance of GPT 5.2 codex and the reasoning and professional knowledge capabilities of GPT 5.2 together in one model, which is also 25% faster. I've heard that. I've seen a tweet yesterday where there was a guy from OpenAI that says that they have new chips or whatever that they turned on and that makes the model like sometimes up to 40% faster. That's pretty cool. Because Codex, like 5.2 Codex, was the slowest of all the SOTA models. Like one hard question could take like 5 to 15 minutes, whereas with Claude it was always like 2-3 minutes max. Hello to you. How are you? This enables it to take on a long-running task that involves research to use and complex execution. Much like a colleague, you can steer and interact with 5.3 codex while it's working, without losing context. GPT 5.3 codex is our first model that was instrumental in creating itself. Similar to Gemini. Google said that Gemini 3 Pro, I think they've said after releasing Gemini 2.5, they said that like now they are using the model itself to improve or whatever. So it's funny, they're all doing this now, all the big AI labs. The Codex team used early versions to debug its own training, manage its own deployment, and diagnose test results and evaluations. Our team was blown away by how much Codex was able to accelerate its own development. Of course. With GPT 5.3 Codex, Codex goes from an agent that can write and review code to an agent that can do nearly anything developers and professionals can do on a computer. Frontier agentic capability. GPT 5.3 Codex sets a new industry high on SwiBench Pro and Terminal Bench and shows strong performance on OS World and GDP-Val, 4 benchmarks we use to measure coding, agentic, and real-world capability. 5.3 Codex achieves state-of-the-art performance on SwiBench Pro, a rigorous evaluation of real-world software engineering, where SwiBench Verified only tests Python. SwiBench Pro spans 4 languages and is more contamination resistant, challenging, and diverse and industry relevant. Yeah. SwiBench Verified only tested Python. Yeah. I thought it was like the original SwiBench that was just on Python, but even the SwiBench Verified was like the gold standard for a while. It was still only on Python there. Okay, so now we need to look for SwiBench Pro. Okay. It also far exceeds the previous state-of-the-art performance on Terminal Bench 2.0, which measures the terminal skills of a coding agent like Codex needs. Notably, GPT 5.3 Codex does so with fewer tokens than any prior models, letting users build more. That's pretty nice, because 5.2 Codex, was using more tokens and was thinking for longer than Claude Opus. But at the same time, especially like the CLI Codex the codex CLI from OpenAI for agentic coding, the limits are like 4 times that of Claude Code for the same like subscription, for the $20 subscription. So it was still okay, but now I guess it's even better. Alors accuracy, let me zoom in a little bit. Accuracy and output tokens. Yeah, so GPT. So GPT 5.3 codex is more accurate while spending less tokens in thinking, I guess. Terminal bench also better. Web development, combining frontier coding capabilities, improvements in aesthetics and compaction results in a model that can do striking work, building highly functional complex games and apps from scratch over the course of days. To test the model's web development and long-running agentic capabilities, we ask GPT 5.3 Codex to build us 2 games. Version 2 of the racing game from the Codex app launch and a diving game. Using the develop web game skill. Yeah, so now they use the skill for that too. I still need to get up to date on the skills because to me it's just like markdown files, right? At the end of the day, it's still just a markdown file. Everything is a markdown file with LLMs, but okay. Generic follow-up prompts like fix the bug or improve the game. GPT 5.3 Codex iterated on the games autonomously over millions of tokens. Watch the trailers and play the games for yourself to see what Codex can do. Okay, so it's a racing game. Okay. It's like Mario Kart, right? Wow. Dive in. Can't we can't modulate the music. Is it hard to have a volume bar? Oh, on your videos. I'm sure they're taking this habit from Instagram. Huh? Assholes. Shut up. Shut up. Yeah. Very hard. That's right. Don't run out of oxygen. Okay. Okay, that's just 2 games. GPT 5.3 Codex also better understand your intent when you ask it to make day-to-day websites compared to GPT 5.2 Codex. Simple or underspecified prompts now default to sites with more functionality and sensible defaults, giving you a stronger starting canvas to bring your ideas to life. For example, we ask GPT 5.3 Codex and GPT 5.2 Codex to build 2 landing pages below. And GPT 5.3 Codex automatically showed the yearly plans as a discounted monthly price, making the discount feel clear and intentional instead of multiplying the yearly total. It also made an automatically transitioning testimonial carousel with 3 distinct user quotes rather than one, resulting in a page that feels more complete and production ready by default. Still the purple though, huh? Why do they have to put purple everywhere? Why? I have no idea, right? Like who asked to put purple gradients on every fucking landing page with those models? That's crazy. I mean, yeah, okay. So it's about okay, boy. Look, it's an incremental. Okay, you can use it yearly. Okay. Hello Yanni. Hello Yanni. Beyond coding, of course. All of the big labs now want to go beyond coding, even though if they just were good at coding, that would be good enough for lots of things, really. But you know, there's also non-coders out there. Fashion presentation PDF. Each task in GPT-Val is designed by an experienced professional and reflects a real knowledge work from their occupation. NPV spreadsheet. So that's like some of the tasks in the benchmark in GDP-Val. You are a financial advisor. You are a general retail manager. You are a category buyer. Okay. Westworld is an agentic computer use benchmark where the agent has to complete productivity tasks in a visual desktop computer environment. GPT 5.3 codex demonstrates far stronger computer use capability than previous GPT models. Computer use. So that's literally like what all the OpenClaw mess was about. You know, what OpenClaw and Moltbook and all that stuff. It was about computer use, basically, where you plug your agent in all these integrations, right? So I guess GPT 5.3 is better at that now. It's way better at that. Oh, that's crazy how bad, I mean, compared to 5.3, GPT 5.2 was 38% and now 64. Together, these results across coding, front-end, and computer use and real-world tasks show that GPT 5.3 Codex isn't just better at individual tasks and marks a step change toward a single general-purpose agent that can reason, build, and execute across the full spectrum of real-world technical work. Okay, and now there's all the Codex app now that they released also earlier this week, right? The Codex app makes managing and directing agents much easier. And now with GPT 5.3 Codex, it's more interactive. I'm wondering, like, so, because one of the things that Claude Opus 4.6 in the communication blog, in the presentation blog post, they said that now they let you manage teams of agents. Voilà, agent teams. It's a research preview, so it's not like finished, but you know, it's like Gastown, but made by responsible people, you know? I guess it's a more elaborate version of the Claude subagents, right? I'm wondering if Codex 5.3 has some of that. I guess not yet. Huh? The cyber frontier, of course. OpenAI said in the last few releases that they were working very hard on making their models better at cybersecurity. So I guess 5.3 is still in this vein. What about the pricing? So it's running faster, but what about the pricing, my dear? No pricing? No bitches? No pricing? Where's the pricing? Codex app waitlist, yeah. GPT 5.3 pricing 5.2, 5.2. Oh, they haven't updated their pricing page. Oh, come on. Really? They post the blog post and they don't update the pricing. Okay. Is it available in Codex right now? No. Codex. No. Code is VS Code. Codex. X. Model 5.2. Yeah, it's not there yet. Okay. It's not. Ah! GPT 5.2 codex is out. Upgrade to 98 to try it. Wait a minute. I need to do that with the guy. Uh, uh, Codex. No. Oh, Marchi. How does a Marchi work? Because it's not. Marchi hasn't updated to 98. I guess I have to wait. I don't care that much. And what about Claude? And Claude Opus 4.6 is available now. Ah, yeah, 4.6 model. Opus. Opus 4.6. Ah, voilà. Opus 4.6. Very nice. It's already there. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. But we don't know the price. I guess if they don't say the price, it's a bad sign, right? It's like it's going to be a bit more expensive. Otherwise, they would have just talked about it, right? Because like Opus 4.6 is the same price, and they say, you know, proudly in the announcement post, oh, and by the way, the pricing remains the same. Wink, wink, right? OpenAI is not doing that, so that's a bad, you know, red flag, red alert, pricing increases. All right, if I control F, pricing, price. Yeah, that's for the no price. No, they don't talk about the price. Dollar, dollar, dollar. No, no, no price yet for 5.3. Okay, let's go to another topic then. Wait, it was Frontier. So there is Frontier. Well, I was talking about it. They released 5.3, so now I talked about that. Okay, now next topic. Meta standalone vibes app test. So Meta looks like they're finally going to have their own models at some point, right? Somehow, somewhere, sometime. Meta is testing standalone Vibes app. The company confirmed to TechCrunch on Thursday. Launched last September, Vibes lets you create and share short-form AI-generated videos and access a dedicated feed that display AI videos for others. Okay, that's like Sora, but with how many months? 8 months delay, right? I think TikTok or Instagram Reels, but every video you come across is AI generated. Yes, yeah, so it's basically Sora. Okay, it just lagged Sora. Okay, until now the feed has lived. The feed has lived in the Meta AI app. By making Vibes available outside of the Meta AI app, the company is positioning it as a more direct competitor to Sora, which I've heard is not doing that good, apart from, you know, generating funny shorts for the brain rot things on TikTok and YouTube Shorts, I guess. That launched shortly after Vibes. After Vibes? It's the first time I'm hearing about Vibes. They already? Oh yeah, September 2025. Really? It's the first time I'm hearing this. Wow. Meta has really like the secret about how to make something that nobody cares about. Like it's their secret sauce, right? Like Meta always have the, you know, like from like Horizon Worlds, the metaverse, now their AI app, like they are, and I'm sure they spent like a shit ton of money in this again, right? How are they so bad at this? They are literally a multi-billion-dollar company, one of the biggest companies in the world, and they can't output a product and make people see it. Like, what's going on there? I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Next topic. Oh yeah, there was also some drama. I saw between Anthropic and OpenAI. I saw OpenAI responded, like Sam Altman made a tweet like burning Anthropic. No. X.com. X.com. What was in the on the page here? Let's not forget. Okay, you forget everything. No, voilà. Okay. Oh, 2 hours ago. Sam Altman like tweeted about Anthropic's Super Bowl ad or something yesterday. Look, OpenAI is launching so many things at once. Like they are really all over the place, right? Like even though OpenAI frontiers like this corporate middleware, so it does make sense to an extent. But it's funny that they on the same day they launched DB3 5.3 and Frontier, and Codex is now over 1 million active users. Okay. Yeah, so first, the good part about the Anthropic ads, say Sam Altman, they are funny and I laughed. But I wonder why Anthropic would go for something so clearly dishonest. Let's look at this. Ah, voilà. ChatGPT competitor comes out swinging with Super Bowl ad mocking AI product pitches. Voila. That's what I want to watch. On Wednesday, Anthropic announced that its AI chatbot Claude will remain free of advertisements, drawing a sharp line between itself and rival OpenAI, which began testing ads in a low-cost tier of ChatGPT this month. The announcement comes alongside a Super Bowl ad campaign that mocks AI assistants that interrupt personal conversations with product pitches, which, I mean, ChatGPT is not going to do, right? They said they're clearly not going to do that. So yeah, it's a bit dishonest for sure. There are many good places for advertising, and conversation with Claude is not one of them. Wow. Let me look at this. Attends, let me allow the sound to come through the VOD real quick.
Hey, can I get a six-pack quickly?
Perfect. That is a clear and achievable goal. Would you like me to tailor a personalized workout plan?
Yes.
Perfect. Let me personalize this for you. Let's start with your age, weight, and height. Whenever you're ready.
5'7", 23 years old, 140 pounds.
Got it. I'll create a plan that focuses on aesthetic strength training. But confidence isn't just built in the gym. Try Step Boost Max, the insoles that add 1 vertical inch of height and help short kings stand tall.
What?
Use code HEIGhtMaxing10 for big discounts.
What's the difference between me and you? Me and you, me and you.
Which is ironic given that this was an ad that was played on the Super Bowl ads pause, right? So yeah, there's several layers to this. So we're making an ad to tell you that there's no ads in our chat, you know? Especially since, yeah, as Sam said, yeah, this is dishonest because, well, of course, I guess it was about, you know, yeah, it's a bit of a clickbait ad, right? Like, it's like, I mean, it's an ad that needs to you know, to say something emotional, right? So I understand Claude for going to do this, like to illustrate it this way. Of course, they haven't, like, they didn't say that it was to, you know, target OpenAI, but of course it was a few days after OpenAI say, oh yeah, we're going to test ads. No. Yeah. Our most important principle for ads says that we won't do exactly this. We would obviously never run ads in the way Anthropic depicts them. We are not stupid and we know our users would reject that. Yeah, that's right. I guess it's on brand for Anthropic doublespeak to use a deceptive ad to critique theoretical deceptive ads that aren't real. But a Super Bowl ad is not where I would expect it. Ooh, Sam is salty. Sam is salty about Anthropic. More importantly, we believe everyone deserves to use AI and are committed to free access because we believe access creates agency. More Texans use ChatGPT for free than a total people use Claude in the US. Burn. So we have a differently shaped problem than they do. We're just bigger and better, right? That's our problem. If you want to pay for ChatGPT Plus or Pro, we don't show you ads. Anthropic, yeah, and also it's true that Anthropic does not have even a free access, right? A free version. You can only use Claude if you pay, you know? So, well, yeah. ChatGPT is more accessible than Claude. Anthropic serves an expensive product to rich people. This is kind of true. We are glad they do that, and we are doing that too. But we also feel strongly that we need to bring AI to billions of people who can't pay for subscriptions. Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, it's fair, right? It's like tit for tat. Tit for tat? Yeah. Maybe even more importantly, Anthropic wants to control what people do with AI. They block companies they don't like from using their coding products. So that's the open code thing, right? That they blocked the Claude authentication token from being used by open code. They want to write the rules themselves for what people can and can't use AI for. And now they also want to tell other companies what their business models can be. We are committed to broad democratic decision making in addition to access. We are also committed to building the most resilient ecosystem for advanced AI. We care a great deal about safe, broadly beneficial AGI, and we know the only way to get there is to work with the world to prepare. One authoritarian company won't get us there on their own, to say nothing of the other obvious risks. It is a dark path. As for our Super Bowl ad. So they also made an ad. Okay. It's about builders and how anyone can now build anything. We are enjoying watching so many people switch to Codex. There have now been 500,000 apps downloads since launch on Monday, and think builders are going to love what's coming in the next few weeks. And I believe Codex is going to win. Yeah, I mean, me personally, I use both Claude and Codex because I found they are very complementary. Like when one struggles at something, usually the other can do it, and it's like some things that Claude suck at, Codex is good at, and some things that Codex suck at, Claude does it better. So it's funny how they are very, like, at least in my own use, they're very complementary. I still have to use Gemini CLI for an extended period of time to also compare it. But at least, yeah, Claude and GPT 5.2, 5.3, I guess, are pretty good. And, you know, they are good to use together, basically. It's funny. So, yeah. the drama. And now I'm wondering about, since I watched Anthropic Super Bowl ads, I want to watch the OpenAI Super Bowl ads. When? Super Bowl AI War. That's Alexa. Oh yeah, all the big tech, all the big AI labs made an ad for the Super Bowl, of course. Gemini 2. How many ads are there at the fucking Super Bowl? Are there that many ads? Like, is the post that long? Is it like 50 minutes of ads? Claude and OpenAI? There's no... ChatGPT boss ridiculed for tantrum. I mean, yeah, it was a bit of a tantrum. I just want to see the OpenAI Super Bowl ad. God damn it. Running this ad was more expensive than DeepSeek. What? Is this a comment? That's also Anthropic, okay. I can't get my hands on the OpenAI ad. Oh la la, people are all over like the Anthropic ad. Come on. Ah voilà. OpenAI 14 million Super Bowl ad. Okay. Let's watch.
Live on the TV, Mom. That's one small step for...
Summarize this article. Help me practice asking for a
Act
raise.
as my sleep coach.
What bird is this? Actúa como mi tutor.
Turn my idea into a business plan.
What do you want to create next?
Okay. I mean, it's not so much an ad as a presentation. Yeah, it's a presentation video. It's not in itself designed to entice people to use ChatGPT. Yeah, it's not an ad. It's a presentation video. Yeah. Like, yeah. And Anthropic's ads is an ad. It's made to move you, right? Like to generate emotion in you and to entice you to check something out. This is just like a, yeah. You know, I'm sure they paid a graphics studio, motion graphics studio to do this. You know, they probably paid a lot of money for this. But it's not really saying anything apart from, we're here, bye. Okay. Wow, that made my whole family sign up for the pro plan. Exactly, right? That's what it does not do. Yeah, it's funny. Bon. At the same time, I guess it's not like other brands are all are like super innovative about their brands, right? Like and their ads. But yeah, I guess compared to Anthropic, yeah, Anthropic is the better ad here, for sure. I established the winner in the ads battle to be Anthropic. Here it is. Yeah, same thing, right? I thought it was two different things, but like at least it's the same. Yeah. Y Combinator. Oh yeah. Also on the just something that happened yesterday, I think. Y Combinator Y Combinator released their new request for startups for spring 2026. So for those who don't know, Y Combinator is this very important, very big startup incubator. It's the biggest of the startup incubators in the world, in the Silicon Valley. And every season they release a what they call a request for startups, because of course, as a startup or as a founding team for a startup project, you can apply to YC to get funded. They give you like 250K and lots of advice from the biggest founders who founded all the big companies in the tech world, right? Like you can have advice with the founders from Twitch, from Uber, from Airbnb, all these guys. They are around YC all the time, of course. And so you can apply as a startup to YC, but they also do the reverse. Like they also send out their request for startup to ask for people, for founders, to come up with the project that they think is needed in the current day and age, And so yeah, so every few months they release this page with what they think the YC partners needs to be built by founders, basically. And I think it's very interesting because often when people hear about startups or founding startups, they always one of the first things that people think about is, oh, I need an idea or what to do. I want to work in the startup, but I don't know what to do when, like I'm not sure if I'm qualified. I'm not sure if I should do this or that, And so in a way, I think this is good because it enables people who might want to build a startup to just have the main idea or the main projects already handed to them and validated by some of the biggest and the biggest and the most influential startup incubator in the world. And so you have these kinds of ideas, and I guess it also gives you I think it's very interesting because usually YC judges the startup that they receive the application for and what they want to do. But here you can actually be in their minds, right? Because they are explaining to you, with actual words, what they think is going on in the tech world and what they think the short-term future will be about. For example, Cursor for product managers, AI native hedge funds, AI native agencies. So, like instead of an ad agency or like a video editing or something, agency being made of humans billing their hours, maybe now we have AI native agencies where you still have an agency that offers, services to ad services or editing services to people, and the output is the same. It's just that all the internal process is now 100% AI driven, and you can basically have the same output just with way less people and a completely different approach to how you use people inside the company. Interesting. Stablecoin financial services, of course, the stablecoin aspect of crypto is probably the most interesting and interface between the traditional financial infrastructure and the crypto infrastructure, that are often seen as very, I mean, by design, they are separate and very different. But the stable coins are really one of the few areas where it kind of bridges the gap, and it's interesting. And yeah, I can understand also why we need some more. Well, the one thing about the stable coin is that to guarantee the price of a stable coin, you need to have a gigantic amount of money. It basically becomes like as if you are defending a currency on the markets, right? So that's something that usually states do, or very big companies. I guess now you need to be very big companies, but you can also get investors to allow you to become this big company. And start something. AI for government, yeah, sure. We will need that at some point. Modern metal mills. Oh, I think that's interesting. Sometimes they especially in the last few years, they've been emphasizing a bit more on manufacturing and hardware startups that are obviously harder to do than software startups. But since there's not a lot of people willing to do that, if you have the good profile, and you are willing to struggle a lot, why not? Especially if it's a kind of manufacturing that is AI leverage, because of course a lot of these old manufacturing companies are not very tech savvy. I mean, the management and even the employees are not very tech savvy. They don't leverage AI or whatever. So of course, if you're a young, tech savvy person, you can leverage that better, while at the same time dealing with all the very hard stuff about hardware, of course. AI guidance for physical work. I think this is, like when I read that, I thought about the HoloLens from Microsoft. HoloLens, the HoloLens from Microsoft were about doing just that, like allowing workers to do this, right? Like you have the HoloLens to guide you to either get trained or do a hard task in the real world. Unfortunately, it never worked. It never, they had some prototypes, but it was never very useful. And yeah, so I guess it's interesting that they think that this is coming. It also to me seems very close to the next generation of AI models that Yann LeCun, Fei Li are working on, right? That will probably be more familiar with how the world works and not being just based on texts, tokens, and pixel tokens, right? Like something more. I think to have that, we need to wait or to just do the research to have these next generations of AI vision models, because today's AI vision models that, as I've said repeatedly on this stream, today's models that we can put on the robots of today are not good enough to do these kinds of real time world analysis and action. And I guess here they are trying to say like something to help the humans do the work, like an overlay or something. But again, that was literally the point of this, and it was like 10 years ago, right? And they still haven't figured it out. So I'm not so sure. Large spatial models. Now, this is more, about the world model. New generations of AI systems that will probably that the researchers are right now trying to make happen. UNET. Infra for government fraud hunters. Why not, right? It's very similar to the AI for government part. And finally, make LLMs easy to train. that seems to me interesting that they think it's very necessary. I guess it's mostly something that this guy struggled with even recently. Like basically they're saying that there's not enough open source tooling to actually have a nice, smooth LLM training, workflow right now. There's a lot of bugs and problems at every step of the way. And basically maybe there's some opportunity for somebody's startup to come, or even maybe an open source project, something similar to Burn or something, like open source project with VC investors that develop something that lots of people use, and then they can leverage some, influence on the tech and therefore be bought maybe sometimes later by other companies. The same way Bun was an open source project that was bought by Anthropic because Bun has become a big, a big tool in the JavaScript runtime environments. I guess it's something similar that they are trying to appeal to, to like, offer to people as an idea. So yeah. Cursor for product managers. I haven't understood this. Cursor for managers. Imagine a tool where you upload customer interviews and product usage data. Ask what should we build next and get the outline of a new feature complete with an explanation based on customer feedback as to why this is a change worth making. Also, if this is about designs, like we know I guess you can steer any model to what you want to be tasteful, but yeah. I mean, in a way, yeah. I understand now why they are asking this, because they know, they like, as I know, that today if you ask ChatGPT to do something like this, like to to propose a new feature or to propose a new design for something, usually it sucks. You need to have the idea and then you ask it to implement. But the models are very bad at coming out they're very bad at being creative, and so I guess, yeah, you could do a startup to make the models better at this by maybe adding some opinions, basically making ChatGPT opinionated enough, or any LLM opinionated enough to produce good creative outputs, right? Contrary to what we get when we ask now. Yeah, okay, I get it now, I guess. Hedge funds, yeah. Also, it's like the stable coin needs a lot of money, I think. Or some insider info. Yeah. I mean, I've been thinking about this myself, like, even for coding relating stuff, like, so like websites or whatever. But nowadays, of course, the websites can be done by the vibe coders, of course. But something related to that, ads, law. Oh, wait, the second example they give is a law firm. Yeah, but I think the law firms of today are probably already on. I mean, yeah, depends. Because the law firms are also full of people who are not very tech savvy, right? Like, they went into law because they hated math and because they hated computers, I guess. Though that was kind of not my case, but I know the people with who I graduated with, and most of them are not very tech savvy. So yeah, maybe there is some area. Maybe I should do that. I have the good profile to do an AI enabled, I mean, law firm, but at the same time, I'm not a lawyer. In France, you need to have a license to do that. So that's kind of sucks. I would have to find a founder that is a lawyer. I have the law degree and I have the, you know, technical knowledge. And I would need a founder in law, for example. I also have, yeah, I have a friend of mine who's PM, so I should do that with her. You know, that's interesting. Oh, hello, hello, Loculus. Hi, have you already tried it? What are you talking about? How is the news? The news is good. I'm talking about the latest request for startups by Y Combinator that came out yesterday. And I'm kind of brainstorming on the ideas, you know. It's basically all the latest startup ideas that the YC partners think have potential to be founded, you know, like it's a call for founders to do these kinds of ideas. It's very interesting. Next topic, the Steam machine is delayed. Valve delays the machine and RAM crisis strikes again. Sad. Opus 4.6. Ah, no, I have not tried it, Loculus. I've not tried it, but I reviewed it a little bit. But it's just better at everything. Now it's like on the benchmarks, they say it's basically the same as GPT 5.2 codex, but I think just like a few hours after they published this, OpenAI came out with their own 5.3 model. So now OpenAI is back above Anthropic. This is very funny how they do this, right? It's really tit for tat, like, oh, we're going to wait until you publish your model, and then bam, you publish the new model that is even better. It's funny. So yeah. But 5.6 is the same price as 5.5, so it's very good, and it has now has a 1 million token context window. So you know, all good fun from Anthropic there, and it's already available in Claude Code actually, as you see. Opus 5.6 here, so it's already available in Claude Code. You know, if you want to try it, if you have it. Yeah. So yeah, same price, bigger context window, and just better than 4.5. Huh? So all good. Oh, I didn't notice that the Claude model's output was a max 128 tokens. Interesting. The 1 million token window. Oh yeah, it's for the inputs. Did you also try Codex? Because I'm sticking to Claude Code and Anti-Gravity. Never really tried Codex. Yeah, I did try Codex. I'm using Codex and Claude at the same time pretty often. Just had a few tasks with Opus 4.6 before. I noticed some speed changes. Ah yeah. I don't remember if they talked about the speed, but yeah, I guess, you know, Claude has always been pretty fast compared to Codex. But yeah, so basically in the last few weeks, like since January, I think since that I stopped using Cursor. So yeah, I've been using both for a month now. I've been using Claude Code and Codex CLI, you know, almost like back and forth. And I think they're very complementary, because like sometimes when one struggles on one thing, I switch to the other and the other can do. what the other struggled with, and it's both ways. Like some tasks Codex struggle and Claude can do it, and sometimes Claude struggle and Codex can do it. So I've not tested yet the latest models that released today, but yeah, at least with the Opus 4.5 and Codex 5.2, both were actually pretty complementary. It's just that Claude, thinks like he's faster. He thinks a little bit less, I guess. And Codex thinks more, and it can think a lot. And so I guess it's also a bit like, when you need like long running tasks and deep thinking and deep reasoning, I think Codex is a bit better because it just thinks more about everything. And like for the same task, where Claude Opus 4.5, now 4.6, I don't know, but 4.5 would take like 2 to 3 minutes to do the task, Codex would take like 6, 7, 9 minutes, to do the same tasks. And yeah, that's just the difference. But now OpenAI has also said that GPT 5.3 is going to be faster now. I think I saw a tweet that they posted a few days ago that they said that now GPT 5.2 is up to 40% faster because they just turned on some new chips or something. And now also in this announcement, they talked about how it's going to be faster than before. They didn't talk about the pricing though. So I guess that's a bit suspicious that they don't talk about the pricing into the announcement. They like, because like Anthropic said, oh yeah, it's the same price as before, right? All good. OpenAI didn't do that, so there might be some slight increases, I guess. Otherwise, they would have talked about it, right? And the pricing of GPT 5.3 is not yet into the docs. So yeah, I don't know. But I think 5.3 is in the codec, in the late. You just need to update. Yeah, GPT 5.3 codex is out. Upgrade to 0.98. It's just that my March repo is stuck at 97. Bon, I will have to wait maybe tomorrow to test it, I guess. So yeah. Let's get back to the Steam machine. Okay, good to know. Thanks. Bonne nuit. Yeah, okay, thank you. Bye. Bonne nuit. Steam machine and Steam frame. So the Steam machine and Steam frames are the new PC consoles by Valve, right? Was supposed to release early 2026, and they are now delayed because of the RAM crisis. Valve said it still hopes to ship both devices in the first half of the year. Sad. Yeah, because I've heard rumors that basically the Steam machine was definitely not going to be priced like a console. Like the console are priced like $300 to $600 or something usually. The Steam machine was more priced like $8, $9, $1,000, like a PC basically. And this is what it is. It's like a PC. It's you can literally have a desktop, PC desktop interface on the Steam machine. Yeah, so I guess if they had to bump up the price even more, I mean, now you just buy a PC and not this. I guess it's just because of the form factor, maybe, that it would be worth it, but like an $1,100 or $1,200 Steam machine, it cannot even compare to it's not even an expensive console. It's just a PC at this point, right? So yeah, sad. Next topic. Elon Musk is getting serious about orbital data centers. I'm interested about this because I'm like, What's going on with the orbital data centers? Like Microsoft has announced it, Google, SpaceX, Musk, of course. But I'm like, is it real? Like, is it really possible? Because like the figures I've seen about what it would take in terms of billions of dollars to like put a small data center in orbit and cooling it with radiators and beaming the data back to Earth and stuff like that. It would take an enormous amount. It would take like at least 5 to 10 times more money to do that with the current tech and space pricing, right? Kilo to orbit. And that's not even accounting for all the the small nasty engineering costs and delays and fucked up things that might happen along the way that might even multiply this even more. So I don't understand what, and also like there's a new GPU or new chips every year. So what are you going to do? Are you going to send like 500, like 100 astronauts every year to replace the GPUs? Then that's an additional cost on top of what? What? I don't understand the point. It's harder to scale on the ground than it is to scale in space, Musk said in the podcast. Not now, sorry. Not right now. Huh? Maybe in a hypothetical future where Starships, launches one rocket every day or something. Well, yeah, okay, maybe. But that's not right now. That's maybe optimistically in 5 years. More likely in 10 to 15 years, right? Like, we're not there yet. But maybe we are 10 to 15 years away from something like this being possible. So I guess, companies need to look into it right now. Maybe they need to, start the investments or for later, right? But like, it's not there yet. Any given solar panel is going to give you about 5 times more power in space than on the ground. So it's actually much cheaper to do in space. Yeah, for the electricity, but it's about everything else. Close listeners will note that there is a bit of a gap in the logic here. It's true that solar panels produce more power in space, but since power isn't the only cost in operating a data center, and solar panels aren't the only way to power up a data center, it doesn't follow that it's cheaper to do the whole thing in orbit. Yeah, exactly. As Patel noted in the podcast, Patel also raised concern about servicing GPUs that fail during AI model training. Exactly. Like, now you have like a bunch of GPUs that needs to be unscrewed and replaced in orbit. What are you going to do? Spend more? Spend more billions? I'll just let it rot in space. Like, but you'll have to listen to the full episode for that. Yeah, not doing that right now, but. And it also seems like, Elon has done enough of these takes, like, delusional takes about what he's planning and his deadlines about, oh yeah, by this time we're going to have that working. Musk has done that for like too many times now for us to be naive about this anymore, And it just seems like one of those, once again, right? One of those delusional forecasts of his for what's going to happen. Oh yeah, full self-driving by 2017. Going to happen. Never happened. Same vibe. Overall, Musk's was undeterred, marking 2028. Oh yeah, 2 years, right? As a tipping point here for orbital data centers. You can mark my words, he says, like all the previous times where what I said never happened. In 36 months, but probably closer to 30 months. Oh, yeah, of course. And to be fair, even 6 months, really, in 2 days. The most economically compelling place to put AI will be space. He didn't stop there. 5 years from now, my prediction we will launch and be operating every year more AI in space than the cumulative total. Wow, on Earth. Oh damn. For context, as of 2030, global data center capacity will be an estimated 200 gigawatts, which is roughly $1 trillion worth of infrastructure when you're just putting it on the ground. Of course, SpaceX makes its money by launching things into orbit, so all this is pretty convenient for Musk, particularly now that SpaceX has an AI company attached to it. And with the new SpaceX XAI conglomerate headed for an IPO in just a few months, you can expect to hear a lot more about orbital data centers in months ahead, yeah. With tech companies still pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into data center spending each year, there's a real chance that not all the money will remain earthbound. Yeah, for sure. Like I think to an extent it's valuable to have some computing capacity in space. For sure. For sure. You know, for sure. That's, for example, why there's some Bitcoin satellites right now in orbit, right? Like there's some Bitcoin companies that probably had a bit too much money on their hands, right? And wanted to do something cool. And they basically sent in orbit some Bitcoin nodes that communicate with Earth on the Bitcoin network, and they stay in sync with the Bitcoin network that is on Earth, but now also in space. And you know, it's worth it because, of course, now if you are in Ukraine, for example, and there's no electricity, and you want to do a Bitcoin transaction or something, you can now use a Starlink or an antenna or something well, you can just use the Starlink to connect to the internet and do the transaction with other nodes on Earth also. But you know, let's say Starlink doesn't work or something, or you don't have access to Starlink, and you still want to sync your Bitcoin transaction. You can do that with this Bitcoin satellite up there. You know, so it's useful when Earth infrastructure is disturbed or destroyed or put down, shut down. It's always useful to have some redundancy in space, you know? So in this sense, yeah, it's useful like that. Unfortunately, putting full data AI data centers in space, I mean, once we start to manufacture things in space or on the moon or whatever, why not, right? I guess there's some. Once we are out of Earth and we start doing things like that, okay, maybe there's, but you know, we need like entire industrial supply chains in space to do that, and it's not there. We're not yet there. You know, so it's important for redundancy, and this is what Starlink offers already today, right? Starlink offers redundancy to access the internet when you don't have access to earthbound system. You can still go through the satellite to access the internet of Earth, right? But you know, except if building new data centers on Earth becomes impossible to do anymore, I doubt that we will need the same amount, or especially more than the cumulative total in orbit. Like, come on, Elon, think some bullshit again. Yeah, bon, we've already seen something like this, but yeah, the RAM shortage expands to GPUs, high capacity SSDs, and even hard drive. Did I already read this? Probably, yeah, because it's from 2 weeks ago. So I've already talked about this actually. So yeah, computing goes up basically, yeah, because of the RAM and because of the AI. And now the tech news is done. And now we go back to chill coding. Up. Very nice. Boo. Woo. What can I do? What can I do? That's what annoys me with the Marchy stuff. I can't get the latest updates. Can't upgrade in here. Update. So let's do what we do every day now, every stream. Let's list my repos and ask myself what I want to do. And let's just not do anything as always. I'll talk about some random shit or watch some random videos that Nat is going to send me first about Brazilian people dancing. Yes, that's right. Web app template. Ah, yeah, maybe I need to finish. Did I finish update my web app template? I don't remember. Yes, and I guess I wanted to make because I've seen people on X saying that now all their projects like before building a new project they work a lot on the spec, spec driven development. So they like before building a real projects they build spec, and in a way I could be interested in doing that for my apps and stuff, but at the same time, LLMs are not deterministic. So let's say for my websites, I have the same spec. Each time the website will be slightly different. So that's why I made a web app template for making my new websites. I didn't understand, but good luck, bro. Thank you, Nat. Why didn't you understand? My voice is weird? My voice is weird? Is my voice too low? Is my voice too low when I talk like this? Twitter guys. No, okay. Just my English. No, I mean it's very simple. I just said that I've seen people on Twitter say that now to build with LLMs they have a spec driven approach. Spec meaning specifications, technical specifications. They basically have a big markdown file. Well, they just work with the AI to describe the technical, all the subtle technical aspects of the project, And so I've been wondering about having this approach with my little web app template here. But since the web app template is built already, I don't need to do the full spec, but you know, I guess because right now I have this web app template and I want to apply it at some point to the shared eyes, you know, like my new website for remote viewing, whatever, that I want to be built with Svelte and all that. And so I think, yeah, I need to bridge the gap. My brain is melted. I studied all day. Ah, okay, I see. Trying to discover how to do this kind of operation. X divided by 1 plus x divided by 2 equal 15 divided by 1. Oh, yeah. It's like, how do you call that already? It's been so long I've done math. It's a linear equation, right? It's a linear equation. Solving linear equations, yeah. Yeah, I forgot how to do this. You know, you can ask ChatGPT if you want. ChatGPT can help you do that. Well, it's cheating, but maybe ChatGPT can explain to you how to do that. You know, now correctly. Yeah, I also forgot all the, you know, like the rules for when you're allowed to, like, you know, dash some stuff by multiplying by the same amount or whatever, or dividing. I forgot everything, and you know, like the power, like when can you put something in power, and with the like square root and stuff like that. I forgot everything. But at the same time, for that you need to practice. If you don't practice, you forget. That's how the superior human mind work compared to LLMs. If we don't use something, we forget. Contrary to the LLMs, you know? That's what makes us better. So I'm very happy about having forgotten about this, because that's what makes my human brain superior. Yeah. You tried 4.6 yet? No, but I'm going to try right now. Actually. Up. 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 I have almost 30 years and I don't know basic math. Oh, nobody does, huh? I'm sure that a lot of mathematicians, you know, who like have now a lot of computer aided stuff, probably don't know a lot of the basic stuff either, you know, because they've never had to do it manually for the last like 30 years, you know. So don't worry, Nat. It's my ORCUT page. What is an ORCUT page? ORCUT page. ORCUT page. Okay, Claude. Claude. I know what I want actually. What I would want is a little script that takes my web app template and transforms it into a new like website, you know, that replace, because right now I think I have like this big list of thing to do manually. But wouldn't it be better if I could just, run a script with the new name of the app and it's all it all, replaces everything. But I would need to also do the replacement or whatever on Cloudflare, on my, domain name stuff, on Stripe if I use the Stripe. But yeah. Wait. Yeah, I updated all that. I updated all of this. What did I do here? Don't remember. Yeah. Analyze the stage change here and tell me what it is about. Let's see. I need to use my Vmotion next. Hunk. No hunk. Ah bon? Really? No hunk. Bon. Orkut was a social media. Ah, okay. I don't know this social media. The stage change does two things. Inject user mail verify, wraps the response content with JSON code is needed because the verification in symbol likely comes from the database, the type that isn't natively JSON serializable. JSON encoder. SAPI handles converts the type into a JSON code. Return the value convert the serialization errors worked out. Inlines the verification date variable. The intermediate variable verification date is removed. On the conditional expression of the directory is simplify the code without changing logics to return the verification value and it's a bug fix for JSON serialization. Okay. I forgot about this. Let's do a little commit with a haiku. Ensure JSON serializable response in email verification endpoint. Yep. Very nice. Yes, I put I finally turned TypeScript strict mode to true. Part of me just died. I guess I'm finally starting to care about the quality of my code, which better late than never, I guess. Yes, I remember this. Yes. Create a performance of the seas, yes. And the DB, let's push. Okay. Okay. It was working out. I tested it last time, so I think I can delete the old ones. Guess I can delete this one and this one. What are you doing? Ah, I should actually detail what I'm doing here. So I am fixing. Good question. Huh? I am optimizing. I am trying to optimize my web app template for easier future use in my new websites that are coming soon. Oh, this is what I'm doing. It's written right here. I think what I want to do, because right now when I want to create a new website, I copy this repo here into another repo, and I just replace all the placeholders manually, you know? So I guess it would be a bit better if I had a little script that replaces all the placeholders, you know, with the new app, the new URL, the new domain name, you know? Because, you know, like in this repo, I have all the logic for the deployment on the Raspberry Pi. You know, the Docker container names, all that stuff. And the name of the app inside each sub deployment script and all that stuff, you know? So even the name, the name of the app tree, maybe I need to update this. Is the app tree up to date? I think I generated this a long time ago. Let's see, 4.6. Ah, yeah, skills. And now Claude has skills. Hey, so now both Claude and Codex support skills, right? Like skills seems to become a standard, right? It's still just a markdown files at the end of the day. But I guess it might, it can, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I thought. No, I'm thinking. I should, for example, I should have a skill to use Blender for my Blender add-ons. I need to create a skill when I will need to debug, or because right now when I need to debug an add-on for Blender, I always have to tell the AI, go online, search for the Blender 5.0 docs and check if everything is correct. I guess instead of doing that, I could just put that on. I could just like link the skill, and that's how you do the Blender stuff. I guess that's the point of a skill. I don't know. No, it's quite outdated. The file was last modified on December. Not that long ago though. A lot has changed since. Yeah. What should we guess? Run install Slack app to use Claude in Slack. But at the same time, I'm going to change everything. So wait, so he didn't run any command? So he has a tree of the repo at all times in context. That's funny, right? It seems. Minus 205. Interesting. Exclude noisy directories. Hmm. Last month, I rediscovered my old websites using Blogspot. Ah, yes. Blogspot. I remember this. I was 13. Oh, damn. 13. Interesting. You know, a few months ago, I also rediscovered an old forum about a guy that I met on Dofus that was doing, but he actually was pretty structured in what he was doing. He was doing like small comic strips about like a little chicken called Robert. It was Robert le Poulet, the name of the comics, and Robert the chicken. And he made like 4, like small comic strips, like 3 boxes. And he was posting those on his forum, and there was a lot of people interacting with him. And at some point he stopped because I already, he was like 17 or something. I was a bit younger, but yeah. And I went back to the and the forum is still online. So same vibe as you. I was also probably 13 back then. And I found Robert Chicken. Ah no, that's not this one. Robert Poulet, no. Robert Le Poulet, forum Dofus. No. No. I have the address somewhere. No. It's not there, yeah. I mean, it's an old, forum that nobody goes there. But I remember, I still, it's like the old forums where you need to ask to create an account. And so I went back to the forum and I created I asked to create a new account just to see what would happen, but nothing happened. So I guess like probably the forum is linked to the guy's old email, like teenager email address that he doesn't use anymore, similar to me, with like a funny name for the handle or something. Oh wow. Anime and players with a piracy website. Oh, wow. Oh my god, what is this? Kiss and Sis? What the hell, Nat? This is your website? Anime downloads. Whoa. I mean, not 2020. Wait, it's not your website, no? I guess 2026. Or maybe it just updates automatically. Or by blogger. I did the website, but not all the posts. Ah, okay. Wow. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's these old vibe websites, huh? Oh, microtorrent, which I guess most people call uTorrent, right? But it's microtorrent. Yeah. And this reminds me of something, but I don't remember what this is. For torrenting only purely legal stuff, of course, right? You know, I only torrented things that I already own, of course. You know, I would not do something illegal. What the hell? Movie maker, I am maybe. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Media. Yeah. Media. All my websites are about anime. Yeah, you have a YouTube channel about anime. You have a website about anime. Yeah, you are an anime influencer. You are a real otaku, Nat. You are a real otaku. You know? You know everything about the anime scene. A real otaku. Anime music, voilà. Et bon. Ah, this one is 2013. Yeah, checks out. Afro Samurai. Air. Hunter x Hunter. Yes, I'm very otaku. Exactly. You are so otaku, man. You're so otaku. Mhm. You're just an anime expert. You know, I actually watched at some point on some, like, I know I watched some otaku's, French otaku YouTube videos at some point where it was about like Dragon Ball Z, like Dragon Ball Super, and I discovered, you know, like there is a space for that, man. If you want, if you ever want to come back to it, you know, like in France, the guy is called Chef Otaku, this guy, and he just talks about anime, you know, and I remember watching his videos about Dragon Ball, you know, voilà. 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 I unironically want to watch this video because you know, I watched all the Dragon Ball Z episodes, so now I want to watch. Voilà, I'm going to watch. Voilà, Nat, you see, I'm going to watch again. Voilà, after the stream, I'm going to go on this channel and watch again because I'm very interested about Freezer storyline. Could it, is there an alternative universe where he could have won? Maybe, you know, where does he come from? Voilà. Is a ballon, mon cher. A ballon? Ah, Dragon Ball? A ballon? Dragon Ballon? Dragon Ballon? La balle du dragon? Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball? I don't know what he said. Ah, okay. Is a ballon? Ah. You see, I want to watch. I want to watch. I need to stop. I need to stop myself. We're coding, okay? We're not watching anime videos. No. No anime. No Musk. Nothing. I need to go. You need unité. You need unité. Petit otaku. Yes. Petit. Oh my god. This is petit otaku. This is otaku pois. Petit otaku. This is petit otaku. Petit otaku pois. What the fuck? What the hell? What the fuck? I say what the fuck like Iron Mouse, you know? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What do I want to do? Analyze this code base, this code base for a template web app, and tell me how it could be streamlined or cleaned, or like in terms of architecture of tree extra. Do not act, only describe. On Claude, it's funny because there's a edit mode, plan mode, and then there's also nothing mode. And I'm wondering what it does. Streamline. Or maybe like John Tron. Who is John Tron? John Tron? What is John Tron? John Tron? Ah, John Tron. I've only watched like memes about him, but I don't know what his videos are about. What John Tron? The John Tron Show. Whoa. When he said, what the fuck? Ah, yes, yes, I know this meme. Yes, I know this meme. I know when he's, yeah, I remember when he said that. Yeah, what the fuck? Yes. Yeah, but it's just that Iron Mouse also say that sometimes. Sometimes I watch her for like 30 seconds. I watch her stream for 30 seconds before switching. And she's always like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? John Trump, what the fuck? You just know his memes. Yes, I know his memes. Voila, this, but I don't know him. Voila. Voila. This one I know, yeah. Exactly. Wasn't there some Iron Mouse drama? I don't know. I guess I don't know Iron Mouse enough to know. I remember there was a drama with her network or something, no? That took too much money from her? Or something, you know? But it was like a few months ago, no? I don't remember. Well, you said like some random father. Some random father? What do you mean? Some random father. Ah, yes, I know this meme, son. What? Did I say that? No, I didn't say that. I know this meme. Son? No, I didn't say son. I know this meme. What? I think she was racist and they dropped a horrendous song. Oh, really? Really? But she's like Puerto Rican. It's not like she's white, but she was a racist, like against black people or something. What happened? Aaron Mouth music? No, drama. What music? I think that's saying you old Dutch. Probably. Yeah, you said like my father. Oh yes, I know this meme. Ah, like yeah, I know this meme. Of course I know. Ah, yes, yes. Hey, look, I'm very old and mature. Okay. So that's why I'm sometimes lagged, okay? I'm trying to do like the fellow kids. 1 month ago. Ah, it's over. The psychology of Iron Mouse. The Iron Mouse situation. What's happening? I can't imagine your age. You're too old. Yes, that's so right, Nat. Thank you for the compliment. I'm very old and wise, you know? I'm old, wise, and mature. I have lots of experience, you know, in life because I'm so old. The controversy erupted involving VTuber, content creators Rise Gum and Rakai, and the creators pursuing discomfort because of the latter. Iron Mouse stated she felt very uncomfortable and was shaking after reading Rise Gum and Rakai, which she felt was invasive and potentially racially charged due to past experiences. Questioned the severity of Iron Mouse's suggestion that her discomfort was exaggerated given the show's innocuous nature of the exchange that VTubers are disconnected from real-world interactions. So I don't know those guys. Rice Gum, I guess it's him. And Rakai, right? I just say, oh, that wise. Yeah, but I'm also wise. I'm telling you. Wow. This is a very highly intellectual conversation that they're having here, of course, you know? It's like Aristotle talking to Plato. Yes, so intellectual. She's reacting to mean tweets on Twitter about this interaction. Why is there a drama here? I don't understand. Well, like, why was she shaking? We're walking. Huh? What the hell is this tree? This tree? What tree? We're walking. Yeah, like she was on her iPad, okay, as a digital being. She was walking, and she felt she was shaking because like she's not used to meet big streamers, other big streamers like that. Well, you know, of course, since they're young, you know, they have lots of young energy, right? Young influencer energy. You know, it's like you know, It's like to me, it's like the same generation of influencers or creators as I show what is his name? I show speed. And like young Gen Z, streamers, I guess. So of course they're very, young and vigorous, right? So was she shaking because of that? I'm not sure. I shake every time that I talk to you on Discord, guys. Don't shake, or maybe shake it. I'm a real woman with big tits and very shy. Oh, so nice, so cute. I knew it. I always knew it. You can shake for me, Nat, on Discord. Don't worry about shaking. It's okay. Also, this has to be racially charged. That's this guy's opinion about the situation, but this is not obvious, right? Like she was not racist or something. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess since she's a VTuber, every question about her looks or whatever, especially as a girl, right, is pretty well, not very polite or whatever, right? I know what you mean with you can shake to me, but it's a sus thing. Me, no. I'm just saying, I tolerate your emotional states. That's all. And if you want to shake for me, you can. That's all. That's all I'm saying. That nothing else. Don't worry. Yeah, okay. Bon, she's just a little bit of a drama queen, right? Because she has a billion subscribers, a billion subs, she's used to people respecting her a bit too much. And of course, when other big influencers come about and, are a bit energetic and crazy, like the Gen Z streamers that we have today because they're young and energetic, she's a bit overwhelmed. Okay. Yeah, what people think about her looks, right? And that she's hiding because she's not beautiful or because she's like, yeah, I understand that as a VTuber, you have all these comments about, people finding this weird, right? It's the same thing with the furries, it's the same thing with all the different communities on different platforms, right? Like people, I guess VTubers get judged a lot, right? By other people on the internet. And I guess depending on if they are sensitive or not, Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, she's a bit of a drama queen, she's dramatic, about voila, ooh la la, her little emotional states. Oh my god, he talked to me like this and I didn't feel right. Oh my god, yeah, okay, I see. So I don't think this is a racism situation. This is just Aaron Mouse being a bit over dramatic about an interaction that was just like two young streamers that were excited and energetic, and that's just how they are, because they're young and they're famous, and they need to gesticulate and whatever to get their views and their subscribers, and so you expect that. It's just that, of course, she wasn't going with the flow, right? And so she's not happy about that. Whatever. Yeah, okay. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, okay. She's a little princess, She's just a little princess. She, that's and this guy played with her a little bit, and she didn't like to be played with, because she's somebody now. So now she's playing she's playing the violin. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So yeah. So I don't think this is about racism. This is just she's a little drama queen. I think that's what happened. He's very keen on what you told us about your BBL before. Me? No, I didn't have that in mind when I said that. Wait, guys, why the answer is bad? It's bad to say I'm Latino? Me? She's so like me when I talk with humans. Maybe you're Iron Mouse. Nat, go in the Discord and say, what the fuck? Real quick. Just to check something. Please. What the fuck? Yeah. Iron Mouse was visibly shaken by the chances of Rika robbing the iPad away. Now, this is a racist comment, though. This is racist. Contrary to Iron Mouse, I feel. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Bon. I can't, I'm sick. Cough, cough. Again. You are sick again, Nat? I'm like Hulk, always sick instead of angry. Wow. So deep. Such a deep statement. Plus 64 more tool uses? Really? 64! That's a lot of tool uses. Yannick said that. Yes. Did you see the Yap Yap on Steam? Ah, yes, by the way, I need to talk to you about that. So tomorrow, now that I'm up to date on my clips, by the way, I'm up to date on my clips now. I have posted like 15 clips yesterday and today too. Look at all these clips. Look at all these clips. And that's the shorts. And the videos too. I've posted yesterday and today. So now I am up to date on my streams. So I don't have to. I am up to date on the clips now. So I can play some video games on the, unless something like that, but I'm not sure. Yeah. So tomorrow night I can game. And Saturday also I need to change something. Because on Saturday, I'm not going to do the stream on the afternoon, no, at night, but on the afternoon exceptionally. Because I have some real, I have a socialization event. Could you believe it? I'm going to go out of my apartment into the real world. Some crazy stuff are happening nowadays. You know? How do I change the calendar? No. Settings, channel, schedule. And so I will not be available at the current hour. So it means I will probably do the tech news on the afternoon, beginning of the afternoon, and I will stop early probably. Like I will just do 2 hours instead of 4. Need to go on my actual channel. Who is your boyfriend? I don't have a boyfriend. Yannick, peut-tu have a date? No, I don't have a date. Mais no, I don't have a date. I don't have a date. Otherwise, I would have put the date elsewhere, you know? I would have put the date in the time where I would be available. But here, it's just that I was invited, and so it's already an event, you know? So bon, I'm just displacing my stuff exceptionally, you know? That's all. So no, it's not a date. Invited to a date? No. It's like we could say like a party or something. It's not a party. A party. It's just it's scheduled. You know, that's what I want. Skip next stream. I mean, yes. Ah, yeah, maybe then I can add a new one or something. Exceptionally. Can I do that? Voilà, add stream. Specific day. So that's Saturday. Time. Let's say 2 p.m. for 2 hours. Maybe a bit longer, but we'll see. Tech news and chill coding software. Voilà. Voilà. An event with a date inside? No. A party with an event with a date inside? Wow. These young boys nowadays. Yes, I know. Too much things happening. Voilà. I'm not sure if anyone checked the schedule, but you know, just so you know, it's there now. And I'm going to update it when I don't stream as usual, you know? Voilà. Displaced exceptionally. Exceptionally. Exceptionally displaced. Ouais. Voilà. Ok. Hmm. Oh, wow. Hello, hello, Concalve. How are you? Cookie manager cohort means it should be something or feature or split into tokens, CSR, in cookies. Hmm. So many modes. I'll move the level. Hmm. Alors, YouTube the remote nothing, it n'a pas the generation is building any config the itself. Script is bloated. It has deploy scripts, DB tools, code gen dependency update is manager, and an AI agent all at the same level. Some of these agents are dev tooling, while others are ops. Like split into script, dev, and ops could help. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. SQLite, then the live DB. I see, instrumental process control, DB is return data. With default data directory, retrieve root, keeping SQLite is plus schema docs reference. Good. Today I started exploring of indie web and micro formats. Perhaps a topic you might also be interested in. What is indie web and micro formats? Indie web and micro formats. Micro formats. Micro formats are extensions to HTML for marking up notes, people, organization, events, location, blog posts, products, reviews, resume, recipe. Sites use micro formats to publish a standard API that is consumed and used by search engine aggregators and other tools. Micro formats to the latest stable and interoperable version of micro formats. Most processes and tools should support backward compatibility for prior versions of micro formats. Feed readers to use structures data from your sites without having to publish fragile site files. Examples. The indie web makes heavy use of HCAR, ancient tree to markup post with one HTTP bridge post and blog of free. I'm not sure what this is though. Ah, voilà, FAQ. Are microformats an API? No, microformats are more like the information returned from an API. HTTP GET of a particular URL of a website can be an API. Microformats in the resulting HTML provide the information you might otherwise get from a bespoke API. You might otherwise get from a bespoke API. Thus, combining HTTP, good site URL design, and microformats, your site can be your API. No separate XML, RDF, JSON API endpoints needed. At least for read-only. For a write API, see micropub. Actually, yes, microformat are the simplest way of providing a read-only API, also known as your website is your API. API guide. Request URL format. Data.com username id item ID server return an XML document which contains requested data. Documentation describing how the data is organized, especially API key. The API key contact the X authenticate server request for initiating. If you do things right, it can take people a while to realize that your API documentation is just instructions for how to look at your website. I don't get it. Why not APIs? See API. In short, secondary URL, secondary formats, API key, TOS, Unix level of complexity, fragility. That does not answer the question, my dear, but whatever. API is an abbreviation for application programming interface. Yeah, thank you. HCard, for example, HCard. As a synonym for an online equivalent of a business card, since it often contains identity information, including name, address, photo, and related contact information. Marking up your homepage profile with a minimal HCard, including name, URL, and photo properties, covers most HCard usage on the indie web. What the hell is the indie web? What do you mean the indie web? What is the indie web? There is no link there. Feed readers display a profile next to your post. I'm running this world of indie web, so the post that got me started into this. Okay, let me read to see if it gets me started too. In today's explorations of getting on the indie web, I try out indiewebify.me, a service where you can post a link to your website and to tell you if you have marked up your content properly to participate on the indie web. What is the indie web? The indie web is a people-focused alternative to the corporate web. We are a community of independent and personal websites based on the principles of owning your domain, okay, and using it as your primary online identity. Publishing on your own site first, optionally elsewhere, and owning your content. What do you mean, owning your domain? I mean, you can't own your domain. I mean, not in the main. Is it like an alternative domain name kind of project or something? Is it like because I've heard of crypto related projects where you can have a fully owned domain name. Is it something similar? When you post something on the web, it should belong to you, not a corporation. Too many companies have gone out of business and so they use the data, but you can still have control. Own as petitpois.com, you own it. Yeah, I don't. I mean, okay, I don't own it though. The registrar owns it. I mean, I pay the rent to the registrar or to the intermediary that connects me to the registrar. But I don't fully own petitpois.com because if I stop paying, the fees, I stop owning petitpois.com. Somebody else can own it. Yeah. Yes, but you paid, so it's yours for now. Yeah, it's mine for now, for sure. They mean that. Okay. Okay, so it's not similar to the crypto stuff. Because on crypto, like there's a unlimited domain or something. And stoppable domains. That is crypto-based domain names that you can fully buy and own forever, But it's based on the crypto stuff. It's based on the blockchain to ensure ownership, And I guess most browsers are not actually compatible, right? It's something that is on the side of the main internet of the browsers of today, and the main DNS system, right? It's something different. But here, this is, I mean, yeah. The feel of the website and the project is a very, what I call like a libre, community and a look and feel, it's like people who don't like big corporations, and they want to do everything open source and whatever. So I understand, but I don't see the point because it's already there. Like you can already own your website. So I don't understand your articles and status messages can be distributed to any platform that just want allowing to engage with everyone. Replies and likes on the other can come back to your sites. Yeah, that's the point of this indie web movement. I don't understand their points. Like, why are they doing this? It's already possible to do this. Like, it's the base state of the internet that you can have your own website. Or are they coming from are they describing a world where they don't like when you own like a blog post on Substack, for example, or on Blogger, or on like just a Twitter, that is owned by something? Do they like everyone to have their own website? You own your content. Okay, so that's about this. It's just that basically in the indie web mindset, it's better to post your ideas and your blog into your own website, me, for example, petitpois.com, than to post on Twitter, for example. That's the point of their movement, right? Okay. They don't like when you post on platforms and that platforms can end. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, so it makes sense now. Okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. yeah, and they just okay, and they just have this organization to have a social movement, right? Like a community around this principle of owning, your little bits of the internet and posting on it. Okay, yeah, why not? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, interesting. It's just that, yeah, it's something that, yeah, why not? Because of course everyone is already part of one of the platforms, right? You are a YouTube, you are on Twitter, you are on, of course, if you have your own website, you're not part of any community because it's your own website and other people have their own website too. So yeah, so I guess they want to create a platform to have the people who don't have a platform. I guess that's what's about, right? This is the platform for people without a platform, in a way. But there's mostly I'm serious, like web mesh and web rings. It's a giant rabbit hole. This stuff. Yeah, I mean, I see that they have. It seems that it's also not just a community; it's also like a technical way of building websites or something. If only their website was a bit more explicit about what they have, what they are, and what they do, because this is a bit confusing. Huh? But is it very surprising from this kind of project? No. Most open source lib projects are like this, so I know about them. So you need to search for the answer. Yeah, there's microformat you can add to your site. Good trends of formats and HTML codes. Is everyone going to run their own websites? There are historical precedent for this question. Is everyone going to run their own personal computer? Is everyone going to run their own cell mobile phone? The answer used to be no. Until it became obvious, the answer was yes. Hmm. Okay. You're publishing. You are getting any benefit out of it now. Extra and mail just dedicate to your accounts and silos. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So okay. I feel that this project is very ideologically driven, right? It's not only about the tech and cool tech, it's mainly an ideological thing, right? It's like being against the current meta, right? It's being against the web as it is today. It's about building an alternative web. It's about being a rebel, right? Or something. Yeah, okay. I mean, look, they are free to do what they want with their time and energy. I don't think I'm going to, you know, to get into this very deeply because I know roughly what this is about, you know. It's cute, right? It's a cute community of people who likes to have their own websites. Why not? Why not? you know? I have nothing against it. I don't have anything particularly for it either. I feel like, because yeah, I mean I own my websites and I like it, but I don't think I feel the need to participate into a community, and especially I don't feel the need to get into all these specific technical choices that they do to like belong to this community or whatever. Seems a bit too performative for me and not very practical, you know? Fediverse, yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's an ideological movement that likes to, yeah. Okay, I mean, you know, it's like, why not? It's just that I don't think I will try to, yeah. It's not very exciting for me, you know? You can make petitpop.com site to adopt indie web standards. More or less, that's why I liked it. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why I don't I have nothing for, like, it's not actually yeah, you know, again, I don't have anything against, but I don't have anything for it either. I mean, because I like my websites that I own, petitpot.com, all the, you know, Zencan, Control Chi. I like it this way. But I also like my Twitter accounts, you know, and my YouTube account and my Twitch channel. And I like everything, you know. So I don't feel the need to reject the platforms like these people do. I feel like, you know. So yeah, I mean, you know, good for them if they organize as a community. It's just that, yeah, yeah, I don't think I want to be part of this community. It also helps SEO of the sites if you adopt this. Does it though? Why? Why does it help SEO? Because SEO is dictated by Google, not by the indie web people. Because machines better understand the sites. Really? Like, I've never heard of this before when it comes to SEO. I mean, to me, it looks like their SEO tools are more like technical signals, you know, to signal that you belong to the community more than a really objectively better way of building websites. You know, like at least that's how it appears to me at the first sight. You know, I guess, you know, I have not looked into this very deeply, right? It's just like 5 minutes, right? But from the outside, that's what it looks like. You know? Let's see the macro format. HTTP HTML is very common. Computer could a few hints. By adding just a few HTML classes, you can turn this generic markup into much more meaningful semantic HTML. With those micro formats, you can add more meaning to the site. Yeah, but for the meaning to be there, you would need Google to support it, right? Because if Google doesn't recognize the micro format, you know, tags, it won't change anything. So is Google integrated with the micro format? You know? are the crawlers of the biggest like indexers on the web recognizing this? Because otherwise, search engine can make sure which allow them to display a better version of the search engine use this. I think okay. Then if you search engine use it, yes. Production ready parsers are available in Does Google support micro formats? Yes, they do support. Look, 2010. HTML fish measure record language. Restriction of microdata. Today we're happy to announce support for microdata for use in rich snippets. But in addition to our existing support for microformats and RDFA. By using microdata markup in your web page, you can specify reviews, profile events information. It's an old, it's 2010. Okay, so they've been supporting this for a while now. Here is a simple HTML block showing a section of a review of. It's a new topic for me. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's also new for me. It's just that now I'm asking myself, like, should I optimize the way my web pages are written, my tags are written, you know, the HTML code with this, or with something else maybe that's even more recent, I don't know, more supported, I don't know, you know. What is this microdata? I think the effort is low. Yeah, I mean, exactly. The effort is low. I'm not going to be writing the HTML. Claude is going to do it, you know? So I just need to have somewhere written, like, you need to support the microformats data, right? In the HTML code that you write, and it will be good. It's just that it's surprising because it's the first time that I've heard about this. And I've documented myself a lot about the SEO, the good practices in HTML, and I've never encountered this, so I'm wondering. But it seems to be a thing, right? Because Google has been supporting it for the last 10 years. And, you know, in a way, I do like this trend of having an internet that is more accessible, right? Like same way the HTMX guy promotes, you know, like hypertext driven internet or whatever. I guess this is the same kind of vibe, and I am receptive to this kind of vibe where, you know, the internet should be more accessible and not, you know, if it can be made more accessible, it should be. So yeah. Yeah, it's that vibe. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, so okay. It makes sense. Yeah, yeah, okay. So the micro format, yeah, it's bigger than just this small community. I mean, it's a small structured community that also created some standards that have been adopted by big, big search engines, big companies. That's good. At least I'm not like, you know, if I ever, this is not a specific thing for this specific community. It's about the wider web also. But this is good. Yeah, it's interesting. Now I'm curious. What can you tell me about micro formats and the general things that we can do to make HTML have more meaning for SEO and web accessibility purposes? What are the different standards that are supported? The mainstream standards, the niche standards, what supported by the main search engines and crawlers, etc. I just stumbled upon micro formats and the indie web initiative, and I'm wondering what is the reach, or what's the reach of these kinds of standards? What is their goal? Why they were created, and why I did not hear about it before when documenting myself about SEO. Hello Cody, how are you? I'm searching. I'm informing myself. I'm getting some information about micro formats and the indie web movement, and what does it mean for HTML and the web, because I've never actually looked into it. Semantic HTML aside. That's images it found on the web. This. Alors, below is a layered map, huh? Sleepy like yourself, but from the other side of the day. Yeah, you just woke up. Microform mats IRC is just a generic about social tags. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes me, because like, it makes me think about stuff that I've read about, semantic HTML, and, like, the accessibility stuff, like for the screen readers and the blind people and all that stuff. It makes me think about that, but I've never actually read about microformats as a thing. Like ARIA, voilà, ARIA. I know about this, but I didn't know about microformats and what it means. So yeah, I'm just trying to know more. If you share the page, you should platform to create a snippet. Snippets with the image and titles. Yeah, so that's the, to me that's like I call that social graph something. Social, so maybe there's another name, but you know, like it's social something that like retrieves the image of the article, something, the title, right? The description. So I know about this, and I know it's better to for the SEO. But it seems there's a deeper layer that I haven't encountered yet. So I'm reading about this now. Below is a layered map of the HTML meaning from browser native semantics to niche indie web conventions, with who supports what, why it exists, and why SEO discourse mostly ignores parts of it. Yeah, it's a social fighting for standards and vocabulary. Okay. The core problems these standards try to solve: raw HTML answers, how things look, not what they are. Humans infer meaning visually. Machines need explicit signals. So the web evolved multiple overlapping layers to encode meaning. Oh whoa, my stuff is bugged. My little thing is bugged. Oula. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I should not have more than 2 lines. I don't remember who made it first, say Twitter, and it was just Twitter tags, and came the others, the more generic standard. Then other people use that generic standard for other things. WordPress made something with it. I mean, WordPress has something that is just session networks, I think, for RSS feeds. Yeah, RSS feeds. I've never truly understood what RSS feeds were. I know you could download apps to like plug in some RSS feed. I've never actually used it. I guess it was like one of those standards, right? That people chose, like most websites were using to post like new articles or something. RSS feeds like a non-email subscription. Yeah. RSS feeds are nice. But it's usable by software, yeah. Yeah, I mean that's what I imagined. And I remember a few, maybe still today, yeah, you can download like apps on Android or whatever to subscribe specifically to the RSS feeds of websites. Big websites are usually newspapers, you know, stuff like that. So the web evolved multiple overlapping layers to encode meaning: native HTML semantics, baseline, accessibility semantics, ARIA, I know about those, structured data for machines, schema.org, JSON-LD, lightweight human-first semantics, microformats, and social/indie web protocols. Each layer targets a different audience. You can call it the early user-controlled feeds, like social networks, but user-controlled. Early, you expose a typical XML file and have clients that receive that file. Okay. Okay. Two, native HTML semantics, mainstream universal. What it is: semantics tag was introduced seriously with HTML5. Article, header, nav, main, section, aside, footer, time, address. Okay, that's the one we all know and love, right? Support browsers 100%, screen readers 100%, search engine. Why it matters: establishes document structure, enables accessibility without extra work, improves scroll understanding indirectly, SEO impact, baseline requirement, not a ranking hack, helps Google understand page layout, not entity. If you skip This, everything else is cosmetic. ARIA, accessibility for semantics. What it is? Alors, ARIA adds role, states, and relationships where HTML falls short. Role, navigation, ARIA label, main menu. Support, screen readers, critical. Browsers, full. Search engine, mostly ignored for ranking. Purpose, make dynamic UIs accessible. Fix div-heavy SPAs. Key rule, ARIA does not add meaning for SEO, it adds meaning for assistive technology. ARIA exists because JS Framework broke the web. Yes, that's what I understood. JS frameworks and the build, the build output or whatever, build step, JS framework. Basically make the websites less accessible, right? Than before, as you just had raw HTML, CSS, JavaScript. It's also side-side communication sometimes. WordPress can take RSS feeds from the website and reprocess to new pages and such. RSS is actually classic for doing news coverage, like you're doing in the streams. You subscribe for anything you find interesting and see it's always one feed. Okay. Structured data, SEO-centric dominant, the king, schema.org. What is it? It's machine-readable entity graphs, usually via JSON LD. I guess it's an extended version of JSON, right? Application, type, article, author, type, person, name. Support, Google, full, preferred, Bing, full, Yandex, partial, DuckDuckGo, limited. Why it dominates SEO discourse? Directly powers rich results, explicitly documented by Google, measurable in the Search Console, and philosophy tell us what this page is, not how it looks. This is machine first meaning, not human first. And then micro formats, human first, indie web core, what they are, HTML class-based semantics embedded directly in content. So that's hcard, pname, your URL. Common micro formats, hcard person, blog post, event, review, feed. Origin, mid-2000s, reaction to bloated XML, RDFA, microdata, and emphasis on progressive enhancements. Support, browsers native, just as HTML. Indie web tools, indie web tools, who uses indie web tools? I don't know. Full. Search engines, mostly ignored today. Bon. Okay. Google used to parse them and then pivoted to JSON LD. Okay. So JSON LD, like the schema.org thing, is actually more recent, it seems, and relevant, I guess, than this indie graph stuff, indie web stuff. When was this created or updated? 2025. Okay, let me read the end. Okay, so Google used to support, and then they pivoted to JSON LD, and today it's mostly ignored. The IndieWeb initiative, why microformats still exist. What IndieWeb is? It's a movement advocating personal website as first-class citizen. Core ideas: own your content, publish on your site first, syndicate elsewhere, key standards, microformats too, web mention, micropub, indie auth, activity streams, adjacent. Reach: bloggers, journalists, academics, hobbies, devs, like me, Decentralization advocates. Yeah, the Bitcoiners, which is to an extent also me. Well, you never heard about it in SEO because it does not optimize for Google. It optimizes for resilience, ownership, and interoperability. No VC-backed platform benefit. SEO culture follows incentives, right? Why SEO ignores microformats? Blunt answer. 1. No ranking boost. 2. No rich results. No search console visibility. JSON LD is easier to validate at scale. And Google prefers out-of-band data, not embedded markup. What is out-of-band data here? What does it mean by out-of-band data? I'm using my own AI inside ChatGPT. It's an AI inside an AI. Out-of-band data refers to information that is not embedded within the main content or markup of a web page. Instead, it is provided separately, often through API or external means. Yeah, because the JSON LD is the out-of-band data. And nowadays, Google likes that more than the meaningful embedded like markup HTML tags. Microformats are philosophically aligned with the web, but misaligned with Google's business model. Oh my god. The corporate overlords are striking again. Niche and adjacent standards, RDFA, semantic web legacy, powerful verbose, largely abandoned outside academia. Why does academia still use it? Is academia still using it? I don't know. Microdata, HTML attribute-based structured data, supported but deprecated in practice and replaced by JSON LD. Ah voilà, Open Graph. That's what I had in my mind that I didn't remember. So I didn't have it in my mind. But, you know, with the graph stuff. Open Graph / Twitter cards. That's right. Social previews, platform specific, not semantic in a general sense. Unrelated, what do you not multi-stream to YouTube? I see you upload some VODs as archive. Yes, I guess I will have to try at some point. It's just that it's a bit I don't know how to manage. I mean, I know how to manage. No, it's because I'm lazy right now, and because I had other priorities. Like this week, the priority was to edit my clips for my YouTube channel, for my clips channel. Yeah, I might stream. I don't know. And it's just that I'm trying. It's just that I think that there is also a reflection that I find that it's hard enough to build a community on one platform, you know? So it will be harder to build two on two platforms, you know? That's why I think I could stream on YouTube. It's just that, you know, you don't have the right to mix the chats inside each app. You can only show the chat here, the both chats mixed here, but like, which means that, bon, at the same time, if people on YouTube ask something, you will see it here. It's just that you will not see it here, you know? And I think it's a bit confusing. Or some people, a lot of streamers do that, you know? And sometimes on YouTube, there's reach that you cannot get on Twitch. There's better discoverability. So maybe I will do it at some point. I will just try. But it's just that I need to put some things in place for it to work because, you know, yeah, I'm not sure how you do that. So yeah, I just have to think about it and to try it. So I will probably try it at some point. If you have the bandwidth on OBS, it's just installing a plugin. Otherwise, I've just yeah, but does the plugin work on OBS Linux? I'm not sure about that. You know. Also, the chat issue is kind of a weird world. Some people who they separate or suppose the gray area is if the platform is marked. Maybe it's okay. It's unclear. Yeah. I mean, it's okay to, like, for Twitch, I have researched this already. And basically, it seems that the rules, and I think even Twitch clarified this at some point. Basically, what is allowed on Twitch is that inside, like on the stream output, if on this chat box here, you put both chats with the platform next to each, it's okay. You can do that inside one feed, right? One chat feed, and the icon next to each chat, it's okay. What you can't do is have a bot take the messages that are written on YouTube and replay them on this chat here, on the chat of Twitch, you know, with like a bot that is like putting back on the Twitch chat the messages from the YouTube chat. You cannot do that on Twitch. I'm not sure if the reverse is available or not, but you know, since in one way it's not available, I'm not going to do it, you know. So yeah, that's the problem, and that's what makes it a bit weird, right? For people, because then people can't talk to each other or respond to each other, because, and also they will hear me. And you know what's confusing with this double platform stuff is that you will hear me respond to a question or to a message that you have not, you do not see, you know. And especially when you're used to Twitch streamers who mostly stream only on Twitch, it's a bit weird, you know, to now have to look at the stream and say, oh yeah, so is there another guy on YouTube that has something? You know, it's bon. But I see that some people are doing it, and I guess it's not, you know, it's not negative. It's just that, yeah. I use Linux, it works. Okay. They did clarify that. I love to see some official reference to that at some point. I think they did. I mean, I don't remember. It was a few weeks ago, but I think they, yeah, basically, or maybe it's like they have a rule that says you cannot, like, I think the rule said you cannot replay on Twitch chat or something, like you know, stuff that happens on other platforms. Like you cannot make something that happened on another platform appear as if it's from Twitch. And that includes replaying the messages on the Twitch chat by a bot, for example, you know? And I think if I remember correctly, there have been some Twitch streamers who have been banned, you know, or warned or whatever, because they did that heavily. You know? So, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, no, I know what to do to follow the rules, I guess, or the gray rules. But yeah, I'm just lazy. And it's not like it will be a 100%. I mean, you know, it's just that it's not only about making the stream better. It's also about, you know, it's another platform. So I don't know, but worst case scenario, what will probably happen is that I will have 0 viewers on YouTube, you know, like it was the case on Twitch for a long time. So, you know, no big deal there. But yeah. Or I'm thinking, you know, I've been also thinking about it, like maybe when I stream, I can, you know, say vocally na 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 on YouTube, you know, na 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 on well, especially since I have this box, because before I did not have this box, and this is all fairly recent, right? So before I did not have this box, this chat box. I only had the normal chat. Well, now that I have this chat box, at least if somebody on YouTube asks something, some people from Twitch can see it now, you know? So it's less bad, I guess, than before. Because before, when I didn't have any chat box, it would have been a bit weird, I guess, from the Twitch viewer perspective. Because sometimes I, as a viewer of other streamers who are streaming on YouTube, and I see the streamer answer to a question, and I'm like, oh, what was the question? And I look at the chat, the Twitch chat, and I don't see the question. And I'm like, who is he talking to? And I'm like, he's streaming on YouTube. Okay. You know? And that's a bit confusing, and I don't like that as a viewer, you know? So that's why I'm thinking, you know, I don't want to frustrate people. Yeah, many streamers do that. Yeah, right? They do that, but sometimes they do that in a non nice way. Like it makes you confused. You know, it confuses me sometimes. I also seen people reply to Discord. Oh, really? Discord? Ah, yeah, people have the chat on Discord. Yeah, because on Discord you can stream too. Ah, yeah, you stream on Discord. Ah, yeah, it's just that not like most of the friends I have that stream on Discord, it's usually when we are in a vocal channel, and they want to show us something, you know. So they stream, and we can see their. But it's not actually like on Twitch. It's funny. Most streamers have a private Discord channel, not as a stream, just chat there. Yeah, I have one. Let me chill my Discord channel right now. Of course. Yeah, so you know, I could yeah, and I guess it's in the chat of the Discord that they're also checking the chat on the Discord. Interesting. Link it to your Twitch page. Yes, I should. I don't have it on my Twitch page. Channel. No, I don't. Wait. Where are my maybe I can do a little panel on the Discord. Ah, yes, I've added my schedule. My schedule button. Panel title Discord. The links. What does that look like? Discord. Maybe Discord image. Uh, this, for example, in G. Up. Oh, I just made the link at the top. Didn't want to make it the whole. No, don't worry. It's just that I think a bit better. Hmm. Hmm. Bon, I'll have to move them around. Ah, whoa. Big bug. Mais Bon, I will reorganize it later because it's a bit too annoying. I have to have 3. I can't make 2 by 2. I can't. It's 3 mandatory. It's a bit annoying though. It's 3. Bon. Okay. Bon, I will look at that later. I guess. Ah yes, wait. I was working on the. I was finishing to read the micro format stuff, semantic stuff. Practical mental model. Think in layers, not choices. Semantic HTML, always. ARIA, accessibility gaps. Schema.org, SEO plus with result. Yeah, so to maximize SEO today, the schema.org JSON LD is the one to not forget. Open Graph for social sharing, and the micro formats in the web / future proofing. Interesting. Why future proofing? Because it seems to me like something of the past, no? Or at least not relevant today. I mean, not very relevant today. You don't replace schema.org with micro format. You stack them if you care about long-term meaning. Why microformats still matter even now? They survive platform collapse. They work without JavaScript. They degrade gracefully, and they align with LLM-based crawling better than brittle JSON blobs. Interesting. So microformats is actually more LLM friendly than even the JSON LD schema.org semantics. That's interesting. They preserve meaning inside content, not beside it. Ironically, LLM crawlers may revive interest in them. That's interesting. So maybe I will actually try to use it, microformats, for LLM crawling purposes more than Google. You know, Href can register your account for the domain and they verify social tags among other things. Yes, I know Href. Yeah. I've used it for keywords, I think, at some point, but maybe they made it paid or something. I remember at some point I used it for keywords, to find keywords. Bottom line, SEO talks about what Google rewards. Microformats talk about what the web should be. Schema.org talks about what machine wants. Accessibility talks about who must not be excluded. Okay. Are there other standards than microformats for future proofing LLM crawling capability? Is microformats the bigger standards there? Other than the schema.org or here. Yes, I knew them for keyword. You know the webmaster tools. It's here recently. And there's a webmaster tool in Href, but I'll have to look it up. I don't remember it, but which account I had with them. Oh, it's midnight. Short answer. Yes, there are others, but microformats are not the biggest. They are simply the most web native, durable, and LLM friendly among the non-search engine centric options. Below the future proofing explicitly excluding schema.org. Don't crawl like Google. LLMs don't crawl like Google. Semantic HTML, still the #1 signal. Microformats 2. Microformats are unusually LLM friendly. Pure HTML, meaning embedded where the words are. No schema registry needed. No external JSON parsing. Classes encode intent in readable form. An LLM doesn't need to support microformats to benefit from them. It just reads them. Are they the biggest? No, but they are the cleanest human-machine compromise. RDFA, technically powerful, practically weak. Inline semantic triples in HTML attributes. Type of and property name. RDFA. Why it's not future-proof, it's verbose, auto-read, authoring friction, rare in the wild. LM can understand it, but almost no training data and low ecosystem. HTML microdata, mostly dead, still readable. Intermediate attempt between microformats and RDFA. LMs will parse it if present, but it's not worth targeting. Activity streams / Fediverse semantics. Yeah, so that's used by the decentralized social networks and stuff like that, right? Like we have Mastodon, PeerTube, Lemmy, okay. So that's not for like my websites, right? Actors, object, action, time, relationship. This is behavioral semantics. LLMs trained on federated content implicitly learn this model, not HTML native, but conceptually aligned with the reasoning. Okay, well, just in case I have a big new, social platform, and I make a new social platform for European just before X gets banned in Europe, because Elon Musk is doing crazy stuff. I will have to support the Fediverse semantics, I guess. Plaintext convention, quietly very powerful. These are not standards, but they survive meaning, clear headings, explicit author lines, dates written in ISO format, consistent section names, human prose that states intent directly. LLMs extract structure from writing discipline. Okay, that's like the blog, text. HTTP level semantics, often forgotten. These are extremely durable. Content type, rel, canonical, author, alternates. LLM images scrolls that rely on these signals. They are boring, which makes them immortal. What is not future-proof? GS-only rendering, client-side injected metadata. Yeah. Platform-specific tags. So Twitter or whatever. Facebook. Heavily ingested nested JSON blobs, such as the current schema.org JSON-LD. And data only visible after interaction. LLMs will miss or downweight these. Hierarchy of future-proof semantic value, from strongest to weakest. Clear natural language plus structure, semantic HTML, microformats too. Yeah, okay. But this I can just do naturally when I ask it to write an HTML page. Microformats too, I do need to specify. I need microformats 2 standards on my web pages, my dear LLM, please do it. Okay, and the rest, it's either specific or outdated. Okay, so actually I will adopt microformats, it turns out, on my, as a standard of my web pages, just for the sake of easier LLM crawling, which is a real benefit. Yeah. I will adopt microformats too, it's the latest. Yeah, final answer, microformat are not the biggest standards, but they are the best inline semantic layer that survives platform churn. Nothing beats semantic HTML plus good writing. LLMs reward clarity, redundancy, and locality of meaning. Microformats complements that better than any of the niche standards. If Google disappeared tomorrow, microformats will still make sense. You see the real strength. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so basically I need to make sure my web pages, I always knew that I had to do the ARIA stuff. It's just that it was, now that I have the time, a bit more time to work on this, I will do it. So I need to have all the basic, voilà, HTML semantics, basics, hein? ARIA. Alors, for now, I still need to have the schema.org JSON-LD stuff because this is the current mainstream semantic, right? But I will now also add the microformats too to allow for future proofing and for easier LLM crawling. And I think this will be better for everyone. Good. We voilà, we assessed some, we decided something today. Very nice. And since I'm going to leave now, I will try to raid now. Because I've never raided. So for the first time I will raid. Did I raid? Maybe I raided once, actually. Voices. Cloud code. What is a raid? A raid is when I send you to another stream. So basically, when I end, when people end their stream, they can raid another streamer, which means that you send all your viewers to another channel, and then the other channel gets an alarm saying, "Oh, ding, 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 there is a raid," and then you get automatically switched to the other channel. Voilà. You will see, Goncalves. Just keep on this stream for a few seconds, and I think I will try to send you. I'm going to check really quick what people are doing. Thank you for today's stream. Yeah, you're welcome to the nice stream. Get the free channel points for participating, which is just letting browser redirect to the new streamer. Yeah, exactly. Wait a minute. Where is my? Where's? Ah. What is this? I'm opening a few just to see. I'm not on browser. Ah, it works also on mobile. Huh? It works also on mobile. Oh, but it's not there. There's nobody. Okay, there's nobody. Watch with Minecraft from scratch. Just like as a group, we move to another stream. Yeah. Twitch app, same deal. Yeah. Like this. Okay. YC. Hey, as YC is a tag. I'm going to send I'm going to send you, and he only has 2 viewers. So you know he's a small streamer like me. So how do I do the raid? Wait a minute. I need to know. I need to learn how I do the raid. I've never done the raid. I mean, I've done it once, but I forgot. It was in the old. It was on Windows last time I did a raid. You know. What streamers recommend raid? Do other streamers share about themselves, what they work on? Give a shout out to people in the stream. I won't do that. I will just. So I'm the kind of if I raid, I'm the kind of raider where I don't. I mean, I would just say hello, and I would just maybe watch the guy a few minutes, and that's all. I will raid channel. He proposes other people. It's always people with lots of viewers, like 10 viewers. Voilà. Wait, I don't see you anymore. Wait, what are you saying? Raid. Raid / username. Okay, if I'm trying to use the interface. Start raid. Okay, see you everyone. See you everyone. Bye bye. Bye bye. The raid will start now. I think, right? I think no, in 1 minute. In 1 minute. I think. Wait, yeah. So soon. Allez, voilà. Okay. Yeah, so you see there is a timer. Yeah, I can force it. Okay. Okay, I will wait the timer, So see you everyone. Good night. The stream was very cool. I hope you liked it. Saturday, it will be at 2 p.m. Saturday stream change. I will stream early and for less time. So yeah, a little bit change. But yeah, see you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Are you gone? Is it gone? Is it? Wait, you are still here?